Chapter 33:01. The earth trembled incessantly, dust and smoke billowed into the sky, and a dark aura filled the air. Accompanied by bursts of astonishing rumbling sounds, the entire mausoleum continued to shatter and collapse. Run! Everyone was fleeing at full speed, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. There were even some people who had already fled far away who stared at the sky, looking at the darkness in the sky, the darkness that was enveloped by a huge tree. The aura of that tree was ancient and eternal, making people feel apprehensive. Among them, there was a figure surrounded by wisps of scarlet mist and holding a blood-red greatsword. His eyes flickered with a dazzling red light, as if he could see through the dark tree in the sky and see the situation inside. His expression was solemn, and a burst of ecstasy appeared on his face. It was an indescribable ecstasy. The Bloodsword Demon Emperor's blood sword art. I didn't expect someone to master the inheritance of the Bloodsword Demon Emperor. Really an excellent target. As he spoke, there was a burst of shrill laughter that sounded very carefree. In the sky, the shadow of the eternal darkness tree suddenly fluctuated violently and quickly faded. Like smoke being blown by the wind, it quickly distorted and dissipated. Chunzong stood in the sky, his aura weak. He could no longer maintain the ancient divine sword armor, and his body was covered in wounds. The demon emperor of the Shimu clan had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a demon soul in Chunzong's hand. Dead. The demon emperor of the Shimu clan had been killed by Chunzong, and the reason he was able to kill the demon emperor was because Chunzong had pretended that he was no match for the demon emperor and then used the pressure to comprehend the blood sword Azura. The power of the blood sword Azura was indeed very terrifying, and the divine intent attack was very tyrannical. Even the demon emperor of the Shimu clan could not completely withstand it. In the end, he was killed by Chunzong. But to kill the demon emperor, Chunzong's own strength was almost depleted. He could no longer maintain the ancient divine sword armor, and his body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, the mixed Yuan heart force recovered very quickly, and his wounds healed little by little. Everything that is yours is mine. A shrill voice suddenly rang out, piercing into Chunzong's mind like a fine needle piercing through the sky, intending to pierce Chunzong's divine soul. The moment he had a bad feeling, a red light flew toward him. Chunzong vaguely caught a glimpse of a figure inside the red light. It was an illusory figure that looked like a monster, and it emitted endless bloody and evil fluctuations. At this moment, Chunzong's state was unprecedentedly low. Before he could react, he was pounced on by the bloody shadow. In an instant, it entered Chunzong's head and entered Chunzong's consciousness sea. Chunzong's consciousness immediately sank into his sea of consciousness. He saw a blood-red figure in his sea of consciousness. It was a blood-red Batman, giving Chunzong a very evil feeling. "I'll eat you." The blood-red Batman let out a shrill laugh and instantly pounced on Chunzong's consciousness, intending to devour Chunzong's consciousness. Once it was devoured, Chunzong's body would be occupied by the spiky Batman, and he would completely lose himself. To put it bluntly, it was a possession. Chunzong couldn't help but have this thought. Ever since he started cultivating until now, he had encountered countless attempts to seize his body. However, he had always managed to survive each and every one of them. This time, it should be the same. There was no reason, just because Chunzong was full of confidence. At this moment, what was in his sea of consciousness? The source of extreme evil of the primitive evil god was the most evil existence in any universe. It was the source and ancestor of all evil. All other evils were child's play in front of it. However, even such an extremely evil existence was suppressed in Chunzong's sea of consciousness, unable to stir up any trouble. The great formation of sealing heaven extinction. It was the great formation of sealing heaven set up by the 18 evil suppressing swords. Its power was even more tyrannical and astonishing. The blood-red Batman immediately burst out with an extremely evil aura fluctuation. The blood-red fog rolled and spread out, instantly pouncing on Chunzong's consciousness. If it were any other time, Chunzong would be interested in fighting with the opponent, but now was not a good time. Suppress. Chunzong shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a trace of sword chi was separated from the 18 evil suppressing swords. The 18 evil suppressing swords flew out in an instant and immediately surrounded the blood-red Batman. The great formation of sealing heaven extinction formed by the 18 evil suppressing swords directly trapped the blood-red Batman and suppressed it. Compared to the source of extreme evil of the primitive evil, the blood-red Batman was undoubtedly much weaker. The great formation of sealing heaven extinction formed by the evil suppressing sword's sword chi was enough to suppress it. However, the source of extreme evil of the primitive evil god had been weakened by Chunzong time and time again and had lost even more power. Even if the 18 evil suppressing swords each sent out a trace of sword chi, it could still be suppressed. After suppressing the blood-red Batman, Chunzong's consciousness dispersed and his injuries recovered a little. He immediately flew down and grabbed the blood-red sword. The blood-red Batman just flew out from the figure holding the blood-red sword. Chunzong felt that the sword was also extraordinary. Putting away the blood-red sword, Chunzong exploded with extreme speed and immediately fled far away. Now, he had consumed too much of his cultivation and his injuries were very serious. He needed time to recover. If a top demon king attacked him, it would be quite troublesome. If a demon emperor attacked, it would be even more troublesome. Taking advantage of this moment, when the mausoleum collapsed and everyone was fleeing in all directions, he had to seize the opportunity to escape. As he fled, Chunzong's injuries were also quickly healed as his mixed Yuan heart force rapidly recovered. The second demon soul is in my hands. It's time to leave, Chunzong thought to himself as he fled. The second demon soul was in his hands, and he could give it to Digio. As for the bloodline, he had obtained 2 kinds of demon bloodline. With his strength, he could actually stay in the Empire of Darkness to hunt other top demon kings and refine more demon bloodline. However, after killing the demon emperor of the Shumu clan, the bloodline curse was strengthened. The consequence of the bloodline curse being strengthened was that it would be easier for the Shumu clan's experts to sense him and hunt him down. Taking advantage of the fact that the Shumu clan's experts had not yet chased him, he quickly escaped and returned to the ancient god dynasty. Otherwise, if the Shumu clan's experts chased after him, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Although he had the strength of a demon emperor, he could only be considered to have just entered the demon emperor level. Once he encountered a veteran demon emperor level expert, unless he had the advantage today, it would be very difficult for him to win. As Chunzong continued to flee, his cultivation rapidly recovered, and his injuries also rapidly healed. Gradually, he was back to normal. The various changes in Demon Emperor Xing Gu's mausoleum were also spread, and more experts knew about it. The Demon Emperor of the Shumu clan attacked Demon Emperor Xing Gu's mausoleum, causing it to collapse. However, Demon Emperor Xing Gu's incarnation appeared and almost killed the Demon Emperor of the Shumu clan with 3 punches. In the end, he did not have enough strength and collapsed. Demon Emperor Xing Gu's demonic weapon, the ancient Demon Mountain, escaped. The Demon Emperor of the Shumu clan was killed, and so on. The news spread one after another, causing waves of shock. There were too many twists and turns in the story. The collapse of the mausoleum wasn't much, but the appearance of Demon Emperor Xing Gu's incarnation caused a huge commotion. That was the strongest demon emperor 10,000 years ago, an existence that dominated an era and swept through the empire unhindered. Then, the death of the demon emperor of the Shumu clan was like a tsunami, causing everyone to be horrified. A demon emperor. That was a demon emperor. How many years had it been since there was news of a demon emperor's death? Now that it had appeared, it was too shocking. Especially since it was a demon emperor of the Shumu clan, it was even more shocking. The Shumu clan didn't make any moves for a while. Logically speaking, The Shimu clan should be furious when their demon emperor was killed and would immediately send out experts to chase after him. Why was there no movement? It wasn't that the Shimu clan didn't want to chase after him, but that it was difficult. The Shimu clan was the second strongest power in the Dark Sky Empire, and they had a total of 3 demon emperors. One of them was currently in seclusion, while the other 2 were guarding. But now that one of them had died, they could only mobilize one. There was no guarantee. An enemy that could kill a demon emperor must also be a demon emperor, and might even be a peak demon emperor. It wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Shimu clan was awakening the demon emperor that was in seclusion. That was the most tyrannical demon emperor of the Shimu clan, an ancient peak demon emperor. It would take some time to awaken that demon emperor, and this time was enough for Chunzong to escape. Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. Relying on the senses of the dark essence, he flew toward one of the strongholds. As for Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue, he didn't have to worry about them. They were both peak demon kings and were extremely tyrannical. As long as it wasn't a demon emperor, it would be difficult to deal with them. Once he acted together with Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue, they might be affected, and the consequences would be even worse. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong sent a strand of his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the blood Batman who was trapped and suppressed by the 18 evil suppressing sword chi was roaring endlessly, continuously crashing into the array in an attempt to break out of the array. But every time he attacked, he would be counterattacked by the array, by the evil suppressing sword chi. And when the sword chi approached his body, it caused him extreme pain. It had never expected that it would target Chunzong, or to be precise, target Chunzong's body and attempt to occupy it. Because Chunzong had mastered the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's Blood Sword art, using the Blood Sovereign Sword to display the Blood Sword art would be more suitable. Moreover, it had also noticed that this person's body was more excellent than the one it had occupied before. Unexpectedly, it had ended up in such a situation and was suppressed. Regret filled its heart, but it was useless. It could only continue to attack the sealing heaven decimating earth demon suppression great array to break free. Futile struggle. Chunzong's consciousness appeared outside the sealing heaven decimating earth demon suppression great array. He stared at the blood-colored bat and smiled. "What the hell are you? Don't even think about it." The blood-colored bat shrieked unyieldingly. In that case, it was time to use some methods. In an instant, Chunzong controlled the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords, sword chi, and attacked the blood-colored bat. Chapter 33:02. In the dusky sky, a sword light flashed like an aurora. Chunzong was inside the sword light. Under the devastation of the 18 evil-suppressing divine swords, the blood-colored Batman could no longer be stubborn and obediently confessed everything. The Blood Emperor's Sword. The sword of the Blood Sword Demon Emperor was a very powerful demonic weapon. In terms of grade, it surpassed the top chaotic divine weapons and was infinitely close to the level of a semi-divine weapon. Its power was stronger than most of the top chaotic divine weapons. Chunzong held the Blood Emperor's Sword and could clearly feel that the power contained in the Blood Emperor's Sword was very strong. Once it burst out, it would be very terrifying. It was a pity that he did not have the bloodline of the demon tribe and was not suitable to use this sword. Of course, he could also integrate the bloodline of the demon tribe, but Chunzong did not intend to do so. So, the final destination of this sword was naturally to be sold in exchange for useful resources. For example, a more powerful chaotic divine weapon, a long sword, and so on. Chunzong's cultivation was fully restored, and his injuries were healed as well. He flew towards a stronghold at full speed. In order to hasten his journey and avoid being pursued, Chunzong once again equipped himself with the ancient divine sword armor. With the boost provided by the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, his speed reached the demon overlord level. With such speed, it was impossible to catch up with him without the strength of a demon emperor. The chaotic prime realm allowed Chunzong to maintain his full speed while thinking about other things. He was not affected at all. Soon, Chunzong thought about how to deal with the Blood Emperor's Sword. The sword spirit of the Blood Emperor's sword was the blood-colored Batman that he had suppressed in his sea of consciousness. Shenzong began to think about it. Should he put it back into the Blood Emperor's sword? Or should he use it as fuel to cultivate the Ghost Fire Jade tempering technique and further refine his divine intent? Shenzong did not think for long before he made a decision. He would use it as fuel. After all, this blood-colored Batman knew the secret of his sea of consciousness. If it leaked out, it would not be good for him. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps the Blood Emperor sword would be less powerful and less valuable without the bats, but there was no other way. There had to be a choice, and Shenzong knew what to do. The Shumo clan did not dare to send out that Devil Emperor to chase after them, for fear of being killed instead. They could only awaken an even more powerful and ancient Devil Emperor, but that would take time. However, Shumo sure wasn't in a hurry. With the bloodline curse, as long as they were still in this world, they could rely on the aura of the bloodline curse to track down and kill the culprit. Shumashi would never have guessed that the culprit wasn't a demonkin from the fragment world, but a human from the outside world who was about to leave. Once he left, they wouldn't be able to find him. Because of this, Shenzong was able to escape unscathed and arrive at one of the 3 strongholds. He entered the hidden stronghold with the help of the Dark Soul Essence. Time to go back. Standing in the seemingly dilapidated hall, Shenzong immediately activated the power of the Dark Soul Essence. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a black light. 3 breaths later, Shenzong's body gradually sank into the void, vanishing from sight. It was as if he had traveled through a dark, boundless sea with no end in sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shenzong felt like he had gradually emerged from the depths of the sea and then rushed out of the water. The moment he rushed out of the water, he also emerged from the void and appeared in the divine gate of the ancient divine dynasty. There seemed to be a huge altar there. At the instant Shenzong appeared, a tyrannical aura swept over, locking onto Shenzong. That aura continued to permeate his body, as though it was trying to confirm something. After that, that aura retracted. It was confirming Shenzong's identity. It was confirming that Shenzong was indeed the original person and had not been replaced. He did this because he was worried that some demon expert in the Dark Sky Empire would seize his body and use it to enter the chaotic universe. The consequences would not be good, as it could bring about a disaster. It was better to be safe than sorry. After Shenzong passed the test, the power that had locked onto him disappeared, allowing Shenzong to inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The power that had locked onto him was incredibly powerful, and it surpassed his own level. Shenzong was certain that even if he used the ancient godsword armor, he would not be able to resist that power. A demigod. That was undoubtedly a demigod-level power. A demigod was still too powerful for him. Even a peerless expert like Demon Emperor Xinggu, who was invincible in the Dark Sky Empire, was no match for a demigod. Speaking of this, Shenzong suddenly thought of how Demon Emperor Xinggu had died. Logically speaking, with Xinggu's strength and the Blood Sword Demon Emperor and life-chasing Demon Emperor as his followers, he should be able to dominate the world. Who would be able to kill him? The lifespan of a Demon Emperor expert was very long. Since he couldn't figure it out, Shenzong decided not to think about it. Anyway, he had left the Dark Sky Empire, left the Demonkin world, and returned to the ancient divine dynasty. This was the world of the human race. Everything in the Dark Sky Empire had nothing to do with him. After returning to the ancient divine dynasty, Shenzong felt the existence of his avatar again. When he entered the Dark Sky Empire, it was difficult for him to feel it. After all, they were in a different world. It could even be said that they were in a different space and universe. The world of the Dark Sky Empire was in the ancient universe era. Soon, someone came to take Shenzong away. Further examination. The examination just now was just a preliminary examination. After further examination, the cursed seal of the ghost face tree on Shenzong's neck was naturally found. He needed to explain its origin. Shenzong didn't hide it and told him directly. Of course, Shenzong didn't say that he had killed a demon emperor. He said that he had killed a top demon king. Bloodline curse seals had appeared in the past, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, Chunzong took out a demonkin bloodline and handed it over. This was necessary. After all, according to the opportunity provided by the ancient god dynasty, there was a price to pay for entering the fragment of the demonic universe era. The price was that after entering the fragment, at least one demonic bloodline had to be handed over to the ancient god dynasty. As for the other gains, they all belonged to themselves. Chunzong didn't deliberately hunt down the experts of the demonkin race, so he only obtained 2 demonkin bloodlines. If one wanted to obtain the demonkin bloodline, they had to be extracted from the experts of the demonkin race. Only those who had reached the Demon King level could extract it. If one was below the Demon King level, the extraction effect would be very weak and the extracted bloodline would be useless. If one couldn't hand over a demonkin bloodline after leaving the Dark Sky Empire and returning to the ancient divine dynasty, he had to pay another price. The price depended on the value of the demonkin bloodline. According to the ancient divine dynasty's request, it was an ordinary demonkin bloodline. The demonkin bloodline Chunzong took out was in the shape of a burning fireball. It was being examined. Elite bloodline. The expert in charge of the examination said to Chunzong, "The value of an elite bloodline is 3 times that of an ordinary demonkin bloodline. An ordinary demonkin bloodline is worth 10 divine points, while an elite bloodline is worth 30 divine points. You can get 20 divine points for the difference." Divine origin was a currency that was of a higher grade than chaotic divine gems in the 3 divine dynasties. If they had to be converted, then 1 divine origin was equivalent to 10 million chaotic divine gems, and 10 divine origin was equivalent to 100 million chaotic divine gems. Of course, the ratio of chaotic divine gems to divine points was only theoretical. No one would be stupid enough to exchange divine points for chaotic divine gems. In fact, if one was willing to exchange, 1 divine point could be exchanged for 12 million chaotic divine gems. Divine points were a high-grade currency that not everyone could have. At least before this, Chunzong didn't even have 1 divine point. But now, Chunzong could get 20 divine points. The appearance of divine energy was a shell-shaped object. It was about the size of a thumbnail, completely silver, and had strands of golden vein patterns on it. The golden veined patterns crisscrossed to form an extremely profound pattern that was suffused with traces of an indescribable mysterious aura. Chunzong could feel a vigorous aura contained in the divine points. The aura was completely restrained and couldn't be drawn out. It was said that the divine points were forged by a demigod expert and were indestructible. If Chunzong was willing, these 20 divine points could be exchanged for 200 million chaotic divine gems. That was a shocking amount of wealth. However, Chunzong didn't plan to do so. The difficulty of obtaining divine points was much higher than obtaining chaotic divine gems. "May I know how much a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline is worth?" Chunzong asked. A top-notch demonic dweller bloodline is temporarily valued at 100 divine points. The person replied with a smile. Perhaps because he received an elite demonic dweller bloodline, he was in a good mood. A supreme demonic dweller bloodline is valued at 1,000 divine points. Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. There was only a difference of 1 level between elite and top-notch demonic dweller bloodline, but there was a difference of 30 to 100 divine points. However, there was also a difference of 1 level between top-notch demonic dweller bloodline and supreme dweller bloodline, but there was a difference of 100 to 1,000 divine points. This gap was too shocking. Chunzong thought. The demonic dweller bloodline that he obtained after killing Shu Muyuan should be a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline, without a doubt. It was a demonic dweller bloodline that was worth 100 divine points. How much is a demonic soul worth? Chunzong thought for a moment and asked again. It is equivalent to a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. The person replied. Chunzong was slightly stunned and a little surprised. A demonic soul was something that only demon emperors possessed. To obtain a demonic soul, one had to kill a demon emperor. Its value should be higher than a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. In fact, Chunzong didn't know that since ancient times, the three divine dynasties had never obtained a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. It was too difficult. The demonic dwellers who possessed a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline had amazing talent. They could easily cultivate to the level of a top-notch demon king. Their combat strength was amazing, and it wasn't easy to kill them. Even if they were killed, they could only extract an elite demonic dweller bloodline. As for a supreme dweller bloodline, it was even more amazing. Thinking about Shu Muyin, if it wasn't for the unforeseen event in Demon Emperor Xing Gu's mausoleum, if it wasn't for Chunzong being lucky enough to obtain a piece of demonic soul, and if Chunzong could refine the demonic soul to increase his strength to the level of a demon emperor, how could he kill Shu Muyin? It was already good enough that he could survive. Things were precious when they were scarce. A top-notch demonic dweller bloodline had never appeared before. Its value was, of course, astonishing. Chapter 3303. Chunzong had always believed that resources that could improve oneself were good resources. Otherwise, they would just be collectibles. The bloodline extracted from killing Shu Muyin was undoubtedly the top demon bloodline. It was worth at least 100 divine origin, which was equivalent to one demonic spirit. However, Chunzong did not need a demonic spirit now. He only needed a cauldron, and more than one cauldron. He needed at least 2 cauldrons. One for himself to refine and improve the ancient god sword armor, and the other for Digio to complete the deal. Unfortunately, there were no cauldrons in the ancient god dynasty. Simply put, cauldrons, demonic spirits, and cauldrons were all extremely important resources. They were exclusive to the 3 dynasties. It was extremely difficult for people from the dynasty to obtain them, let alone people from other dynasties. The top demon bloodline is too precious. Chunzong could not help but ponder. If he took it out easily, it would bring him a lot of trouble. All kinds of threats and temptations were possible. Although he was very strong now and had surpassed the top of the true saint realm when he used all his strength, he could easily kill top of the true saint realm. However, according to the ancient god dynasty, there were probably people who were stronger than him. Moreover, the forces here were complicated. There were many experts among the 7 forces. Although he had not dealt with them much in the Dark Sky Empire, it was undeniable that they were not weak. Perhaps it was because of the short time he had spent with them. In short, it would be best to avoid trouble if he could. Chunzong understood this principle very well. Then, he would first improve his own strength. When he was strong enough, he would then reveal the top demon bloodline. Only then would he have more confidence. How could he improve his strength? Chunzong was not at a loss. He was very clear. Or he could obtain a cauldron and refine it with the ancient god armor refining technique to improve the power of the ancient god sword armor and increase his strength. However, he could not take this path, at least not now. He lacked a cauldron. The second path was to improve the power of the heavenly will sword and let it continue to recover. When it recovered to the level of a semi-divine weapon, its power would increase dramatically, and so would his own strength. The third option was to use his own swordsmanship to strengthen the power of single-hearted sword arts. Chunzong had an idea, which was to integrate the mysteries of blood sword tactics into single-hearted sword arts. This would make single-hearted sword arts more perfect and powerful, and its strength would increase as well. The fourth option was to exchange for an even more powerful Chaos Saint weapon to replace the 100 Red Star swords. When performing the 100 Swords art, its power would naturally increase. The Red Star swords were just ordinary Chaos Saint weapons. If they were replaced by a top-tier Chaos Saint weapon, their power would increase exponentially. The first path was not feasible for the time being, but the other 3 paths could be advanced together. Chunzong sold the Blood Emperor sword. This was a top-notch chaotic divine tool, infinitely close to the level of a half-god tool. It was especially suitable for those who had fused with the demonic bloodline. Its value was not inferior to that of an elite bloodline, perhaps even higher. In the end, Chunzong sold it for 50 Xinyuan. In total, Chunzong had 70 Xinyuan in his hands. 70, this number didn't sound like much, but it also depended on what it was. If 1 Xinyuan was to be sold, It could be exchanged for at least 10 million Chaos Divine Gems, or even 12 million Chaos Divine Gems. In that case, 70 Xin Yuan would be equivalent to at least 700 million Chaos Divine Gems, or even 800 million Chaos Divine Gems. Such a wealth was astonishing. Over 100 million Chaos Divine Gems. Previously, Chenzong had only obtained 20 million Chaos Divine Gems at most. However, it was easier to obtain Chaos Divine Gems in the 3 Divine Dynasties compared to the outside world. Even so, over 100 million Chaos Divine Gems was still a shocking amount of wealth. What could he do with 70 Xin Yuan? Chenzong had done his research. Ordinary Chaos Saint weapons were not expensive. The lowest price was 450,000 Chaos Divine Gems, or even 1 million Chaos Divine Gems. Then, 1 Xin Yuan would be able to obtain at least 10 decent Chaos Saint weapons. However, what Chenzong wanted was a top-tier Chaos Saint weapon longsword. It would be best if it was a set. A top-tier Chaos Saint weapon set was rare, and its value would be even higher. After all, Chenzong's requirements were very high because he had enough capital this time. First, Chenzong paid 5 Xin Yuan as a deposit and waited for further notice. A top-tier Chaos Saint weapon set was rare, especially when Chenzong wanted at least 100 sets. It would be even more difficult to obtain. It would take time. Next, Chenzong bought the Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Devil Origin. Of course, it had to be a high-grade origin because only high-grade origin would be useful to the Heavenly Will Sword. The origins of high-level ancient demons or ancient devils had to be hunted down by powerful ancient demons or ancient devils, which was also very difficult. According to the ancient god dynasty, there were some reserves over the years, but they were all bought by Chenzong at the cost of 5 godly origin. Out of the 70 Shun Yuan, he still had 60 Shun Yuan left. Chenzong returned to the secret palace of the Ancient Illumination Palace and took out the high-grade Ancient Demon Origin and let the Heavenly Will Sword devour them. The Heavenly Will Sword let out a joyful hum and directly fell into the pile of Origin and began devouring them. It was as if it had opened its stomach to eat. The Origin energy was constantly being devoured by the Heavenly Will Sword. Strands of light crisscrossed across the sword like runes, making the Heavenly Will Sword shine even brighter. In Chenzong's sharp senses, the Heavenly Will Sword's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting stronger and stronger. It did not take long before all of the ancient Yao and ancient devil essences had been devoured by the Heavenly Will Sword. The ancient Yao and ancient devil essences let out joyful sword hums as they flew into the air. They were like happy children as they circled around Chenzong a few times before falling into Chenzong's hand. Strands of pure power flowed out from the Heavenly Will Sword, entering Chenzong's arm and body. This was the Heavenly Will Sword's feedback after being restored. However, the Heavenly Will Sword had not been restored to the level of a demigod tool. Therefore, the feedback was not much. In addition, Chenzong's current cultivation base was very high, and his mixed Yuan heart force was extremely pure. With the feedback, his improvement was very small, but it was better than nothing. If he wanted to improve it further, he would have to restore the Heavenly Will Sword to the level of a demigod tool. Difficult. The Heavenly Will Sword had devoured all the ancient demon origin and ancient devil origin that he had spent 5 divine yuan to purchase. However, it was still far from being restored to the level of a demigod tool. More. He needed more. 10 times more. He still needed 10 times more ancient demon origin and ancient devil origin. 10 times converted, that was 50 divine essence. Currently, he only had 60 divine yuan left. He could only hope that the price of the peak Chaos Sacred Weapon set would not be too high. Otherwise, he would have to sell the Blood Sword art. The combination of the Blood Sword art and the Blood Imperial Sword would be even more powerful. It would be a peak secret sword art inheritance. Its value would not be low. It would not be impossible to sell it for a few divine yuan or even 10 divine yuan. He placed an order with the School of the Ancient Gods for high-grade ancient demon essences or ancient devil essences. There would always be people who would hunt for wealth. As for the casualties, it had nothing to do with Chenzong. This time, among the dozens of people who had entered the Dark Sky Empire, Chunzong was the first to leave. The others were still working hard, tried to obtain as many resources and benefits as possible. If it were not for the Shumu clan's bloodline curse, Chunzong would not have left so early. Next, Chunzong cultivated while waiting for news from the ancient god sect. He had integrated the mysteries of the blood sword art into the single-hearted sword art. The mysteries of the blood sword art mainly lay in the application of the divine will. Demonic light, bloody slaughter, heavy sword kill. Each secret sword art had its own unique application of the divine will. The blood sword Azura's application of the divine will had reached an astonishing level. Apart from comprehending the mysteries of the blood sword art and trying to integrate it into the single-hearted sword art, Chunzong had also been cultivating the ghost fire jade tempering technique to strengthen his divine will. The stronger the divine will, the more obvious the benefits. Inside the secret hall, Chunzong drew his sword after comprehending it. His sword pierced through the air. It was the first sword of the single-heart sword technique. When the sword pierced out, invisible ripples in the air pushed forward, containing a mysterious, formless power. That formless power lingered on the single-heart heavenly sword, condensing at the tip of the sword as it pierced through the air. The sword did not carry the sword intent, nor the mixed yuan heart force. It only contained one power, the divine will. Pure divine will doesn't increase the power of the sword significantly, Chunzong thought to himself as he sheathed his sword. The four secret swords of the blood sword art were superb applications of the divine will. They mainly used the divine will to stimulate the killing intent in one's heart, turning it into an extremely powerful killing intent that could slaughter everything. Even the secret sword, demonic light, was based on desperation and transcendence, but it was also a secret sword that contained powerful killing intent. Its ultimate goal was still to kill the opponent. The Blood Sword Demon Emperor was able to dominate the world with the Blood Sword art. It was not easy to integrate the mysteries of the Blood Sword art into the single-hearted sword art. Even with Chunzong's comprehension and the constant deduction of the single-hearted chaotic Yuan realm, it was not something he could do in a short time. He had to deduce, try, and improve over and over again to perfect it. As long as the single-hearted sword was successful, it was equivalent to opening a door. He could step into it and walk on a new path. Chunzong tried again and again, improving over and over again. After brewing, Chunzong stabbed out again. The single-hearted sword art's sword 1 still did not integrate the mixed yuan heart force or stimulate the sword intent. It only used the divine will to stimulate the killing intent in one's heart, turning it into killing intent. The killing intent condensed on the tip of the will heavenly sword and pierced through the air. When the sword stabbed out, Chunzong's eyes flashed with joy. Success. Although it was only the first sword, and there were many more that needed to be improved, the success of the first sword was a good start. The subsequent improvements were nothing more than adjusting the strength of the killing intent. The single-hearted sword was the weakest sword, while the 42-hearted sword was currently the most powerful. Of course, there were differences in the killing intent contained within. Integrating the divine will into the attack did not mean that he had to abandon everything else. Cultivation strength, sword will, and other aspects of strength were also very important. The purpose of integrating the divine will into the attack was to further perfect and enhance the power of the swordsmanship. While Chunzong was cultivating in seclusion, the others still did not leave the Dark Sky Empire. According to the usual situation, it was not surprising that they would stay in the Dark Sky Empire for decades. There were also some who died in the Dark Sky Empire due to various reasons, which could not be helped. Chapter 3304. Elite Bloodline. We must get our hands on this bloodline. When a major forces heard the news from the Divine Dynasty, they were all excited. Every time they entered the Dark Sky Empire, most of the bloodlines they obtained were ordinary bloodlines. However, even the ordinary demonic bloodline was not cheap. It was worth 10 divine origin. Once the ordinary bloodline was successfully integrated, it would bring a significant improvement to the user, not to mention the elite bloodline. However, if someone obtained an elite bloodline in the Dark Sky Empire, it was almost impossible for them to hand it over. They would usually integrate it themselves. Now, there was news that an elite bloodline was going to be sold, or rather, auctioned. It would be one of the items to be auctioned in the upcoming auction. As soon as the news came out, it immediately alarmed the various forces in the Divine Dynasty. Shenzong did not know about it. He was wholeheartedly focused on improving the single-hearted sword technique. He was trying to completely integrate the mystery of the blood sword art into the single-hearted sword technique to improve the single-hearted sword technique. 42 swords. It's a little cumbersome, Shenzong thought to himself after perfecting the single-hearted sword technique for the first time. Since it was cumbersome, he would simplify it. There was no need for so many sword styles. Of course, the more sword styles there were, the more continuous sword attacks would be. However, if the power of each sword was stronger, there would be no need. One sword could even decide the outcome of the battle. Unknowingly, people gradually left the Dark Sky Empire and returned to the ancient Divine Dynasty. Shenzong was still cultivating and improving the single-hearted sword technique. In the 1,000 Kills Tower, Shenzong started from the first floor and easily reached the 7th floor without using any of his lost skills. For the 8th level, the opponents on this level were extremely powerful. Previously, if Shenzong wanted to pass this level, he had to display his ultimate art. But this time around, Shenzong wanted to test out his improved heart sword technique. The first wave of opponents on the 8th floor appeared. They stepped forward quickly. Their aura was extremely condensed. The long spear was like a poisonous dragon piercing through the air as if it was going to pierce through everything. It was fast and fierce. One Mind sword technique. Shenzong shouted in a low voice. The heavenly sword was unsheathed, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared around him. It seemed to be an enlarged version of Shenzong, but it was somewhat blurry. The illusory figure also held an illusory long sword in its hand. It carried the mixed Yuan heart force, the unparalleled sword will, and the killing intent that was driven by the tyrannical divine will. All kinds of power gathered on the sword, and it shot out like a meteor across the sky. The sword and the spear instantly came into contact and collided, instantly erupting with a shocking might. Sparks flew, causing the tyrannical opponent to pause slightly. He was directly impacted by the killing intent, causing him to pause in an instant. The second sword slashed through the air. It was the Shadow and Shenzong who attacked at the same time. This sword strike directly killed his opponent. Seeing that his opponent was defeated, Shenzong could not help but smile. Before, if he did not equip the ancient god sword armor, he would not have been able to defeat his opponent on the 8th floor so easily and cleanly. Sure enough, his basic strength had improved, and the power of the heavenly sword had also recovered a little. The most important thing was the improvement of the One Mind sword technique. He had integrated the mystery of the blood sword technique into it, and further improved it. Even the name of the sword technique had changed. One Mind sword technique. A sword technique that had integrated the divine will into it was even more powerful. It deserved the name. After the complete improvement, the One Mind sword technique did not have a so-called one sword, two sword, or even the 42 sword. There was only one sword, and the power of that sword was completely controlled by Shenzong. It was closely related to the power that Shenzong consumed. The more power he consumed, the stronger the One Mind sword technique would be. Only one sword and one style could slash, stab, and collapse. It was all up to Shenzong to decide how to use it. He could control it as he pleased. It could be said to be one style and one sword, but it could also be 10 styles or 100 styles. The previous One Mind sword technique was created when Shenzong had a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sword. He would comprehend even more powerful sword styles. However, the One Mind sword technique now did not have those complicated divisions. There was only one sword, only one sword. One sword was enough. One sword was like 100 swords, 1,000 swords, or even 10,000 swords. Two powerful enemies appeared in the second wave. Shenzong drew his sword and used the One Mind sword technique again. This was a powerful sword technique that gathered the mysteries of countless powerful sword techniques. Two sword lights pierced through the air and instantly blocked the joint attack of the two powerful enemies. The powerful killing intent immediately impacted the divine wills of the two powerful enemies, causing them to tremble. They paused for a moment, and the result was death. Although the opponents that appeared in the Thousand Kills Pagoda were not real people, they were still endowed with the various abilities of real people and had divine will. They were not like ordinary puppets that did not have divine will. The one-mind sword technique instantly caused Chun Zong's battle prowess to increase explosively. The third, fourth, and even fifth waves did not need to use any ultimate killing moves or secret swords. They were defeated one after another. There were 6 enemies in the 6th wave. Their strength increased greatly, and the pressure they brought to Chun Zong also increased significantly. Sword lights flashed explosively. Sword lights that were condensed with incomparable killing intent tore through the air. Every sword was simple to the extreme. It was a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. It was the sword of the great Tao. It abandoned all unnecessary magnificence and complexity and only pursued the most direct and efficient battle and slaughter. Swords were killing weapons to begin with. They were born for battle. Sword techniques were also fighting skills, born for killing enemies. The combination of sword and sword techniques was the art of killing weapons. Chun Zong used the one-mind sword technique to fight his way through the 7th, 8th, and 9th waves. In the 10th wave, 10 powerful enemies joined forces to set up a formation and surrounded him. The last time Chun Zong challenged the Thousand Kills Pagoda, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move when he reached the 6th wave of the 8th level. When he reached the 10th wave, he had to unleash his primordial chaos heart force, unleashing 3 times or even 5 times the power. But this time, when he reached the 10th wave, he still did not use his ultimate move, nor did he unleash his primordial chaos heart force. The improvement effect of the one-mind sword technique was very obvious. The same energy consumption, but he could unleash a stronger power. This was also a sign of Chun Zong's improvement in the Tao of the sword. Last time, he finally reached the 3rd wave of the 9th level without the ancient god sword armor. This time, how many waves could he reach? Or perhaps he could clear the 9th level? Thinking about it, it did not seem impossible. Chun Zong could not help but secretly become excited. There were 10 levels in the Thousand Kills Pagoda. It was said that if one could clear all of them, they would receive a great reward. As for what the great reward was, no one had cleared it so far. Hence, no one knew what the so-called great reward was. The 9th level, Chun Zong's primordial chaos heart force was fully recovered. Displaying the one-mind sword technique at full power, he killed the first wave of opponents on the 9th level with a few sword moves. Then, he cleared the 2nd wave, 3rd wave, and finally the 4th wave, surpassing the previous record. Powerful. The improvement after fusing divine intent into the sword technique was seriously too astonishing. But Chun Zong also understood one point. If the opponent did not have divine intent, such as some puppet-type dead objects, then the power of the one-mind sword technique would be greatly reduced. In addition, if the opponent's divine intent was very powerful, not inferior to his own, the power of the one-mind sword technique would similarly be affected. This was also something unavoidable. The 4th wave of the 9th level's 4 powerful enemies appeared, attacking from 4 directions, immediately bringing obvious pressure to Chun Zong. Fierce battle, then victory. In the 5th wave, Chun Zong unleashed 3 times the primordial chaos heart force to clear it. In the 6th wave, he unleashed 5 times the primordial chaos heart force to clear it. In the 7th wave, just relying on the primordial chaos heart force eruption and displaying the one-mind sword technique was already insufficient to clear it. Unleashing his ultimate move, Shun Xiao, an extremely sharp sword pierced through the air. The power of this sword was twice as strong as before because it was infused with the attack of divine will. The divine intent that was infused into the one-mind sword technique was called Supreme by Chunzong. It was the abbreviation of the Supreme Realm, the Massacre Supreme Realm. And the Supreme Realm that was infused into Shunxiao's sword was the Sharpness Supreme Realm, the sharpness of cutting through everything, causing the sharpness of Shunxiao's sword to become even more astonishing. It was truly invincible and invincible. Eternal Star. A majestic star appeared in the void, as if it had descended from an ancient time and space. The divine intent that it carried was the tyrannical Supreme Realm. It was extremely tyrannical, as if it could suppress everything, causing the power of the eternal star to increase by several times. Taihao. The blazing Taihao primordial fire became even more violent. What it stimulated was the tyrannical supreme realm of the divine intent. It was extremely violent and destructive, as if nothing could resist it. The limitless formless slaughter was infused with the supreme realm of the extreme speed. The speed of this sword was twice as fast as before, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. The return of all things in heaven and earth was the destruction sword style, a sword of destruction. It was infused with the supreme realm of the destruction supreme realm, which could destroy and annihilate everything, turning everything into nothingness. In the 10th wave of the 9th level, 10 powerful enemies joined forces to form a formation, constantly besieging Chunzong. Layers of pressure crazily attacked from all directions, causing Chunzong to feel as if he was in the middle of a hurricane and tsunami, as if he would be drowned and crushed at any time. Burst, burst, burst. Chunzong burst out again and again, increasing the consumption of the mixed Yuan heart force. His 5 ultimate moves were displayed to the extreme, and even the blood sword technique was used by Chunzong. The blood sword Azura's eyes emitted an endless crimson light that directly shot out 90 feet, and the surrounding void seemed to have a slight delay in that instant. Kill. Using all his strength, Chunzong finally killed all the powerful enemies in the 10th wave. Success. Having successfully passed the 9th level, Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Compared to the last time, his regular strength had indeed improved significantly. The 1,000 Kills Pagoda was a good example. In that case, he could enter the 10th level. However, before entering the 10th level, he still needed to recover his cultivation base and rest for a while. He was very tired. The high-intensity battle made Chunzong feel tired on the spiritual level. Moreover, when he used the one-mind sword technique, the 5 ultimate moves, and the blood sword technique, Chunzong's divine was constantly being consumed, and now he didn't have much left. The opponents on the 9th level barely have the strength of a top-notch demon lord. What about the opponents on the 10th level? Chunzong secretly guessed as he recovered his divine will and mixed Yuan heart force. Was it a true top-notch demon lord? Or was it a demon lord who had reached the limit like himself? Or was it a demon overlord who had surpassed the demon lord level? Not to mention the demon overlord level. Even if it was a top-notch or even a top-notch demon lord like himself, it would be very difficult for him to win with 3 or 4 of them working together. Chapter 3305. The 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda was empty, and a figure appeared from the void. Standing on the 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, Chunzong carefully sensed it. It didn't seem to be any different from the previous 9th floor. However, just as Chunzong had this thought, everything in front of him seemed to ripple like water, and his appearance changed drastically. As the flames spread, a volcano vaguely appeared in the distance. It constantly spewed out dazzling magma, causing the ground to crack. Thick magma flowed through the countless cracks, giving off endless heat. Immediately after, a violent roar sounded. Countless magma soared into the sky, transforming into a 10-meter-tall magma figure. Its entire body seemed to be burning. Flame demon. A flame demon. A flame demon that emitted a tyrannical aura. Demon Emperor level. Chunzong was shocked. The first opponent on the 10th floor was really a demon Emperor level enemy. A burst of fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Zong didn't immediately equip the ancient god sword armor. Instead, he used his current strength to face the demon emperor-level flame demon. He wanted to test how strong his current strength was. After a series of improvements, his strength had improved a lot from his original foundation, and he was closer to the demon emperor level. Then, he wanted to test how strong he could be. Challenging the 1,000 kills pagoda and being killed wouldn't really kill him. There wouldn't be any negative effects. That was why Zong dared to do so. The Balrog let out a furious roar, and the flames around its body suddenly sprang up. Soon after, it opened its mouth and blasted out a meter-sized magma fireball, which carried with it a terrifying, violent, and blazing power that could destroy everything as it blasted forward. Slash! Zong immediately used the secret sword, Divine Firmament. The sword tore through the sky and slashed at the magma fireball. The sword light was destroyed by the magma fireball in an instant. The power of this sword was indeed very strong, but it still couldn't split the magma fireball. However, it did make the magma fireball pause for an instant. With a flash, Zong dodged the magma fireball's attack. Body and sword as one, he broke through the air and slashed at the flame demon at an extremely high speed. However, he couldn't cut it in half. The flame demon's body was too strong. In the fierce battle, Zong was at a disadvantage, but he had also tested the flame devil's true strength. It's barely at the demon emperor level. It's not really at the demon emperor level, Zong said to himself. The demon overlord level was divided into 3 levels: ordinary, top, and extreme. The strength of this Balrog could only be regarded as having 1 foot in the ordinary demon overlord level, but even so, he was no match for it. However, with his current powerful strength, he could still contend with it. Since the establishment of the ancient Illumination Palace's 1,000 Kills Tower, no ancient Illumination Palace disciple had been able to clear it. However, there had been someone who had reached the 10th level. As for what level they had reached, no one knew. Entering the 10th floor and passing the first wave of the 10th floor were 2 completely different concepts. Entering the 10th floor, but not being able to pass the first wave meant that one had the strength of a peak demon king. And passing the first wave meant that one had the strength of a demon emperor. Without the strength of a demon emperor, one would not be a match for this flame demon that barely reached the level of a demon emperor. This time, Zong decided to go all out and see if he could pass the 10th floor. What was the mysterious reward? Armed with the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, Zong's aura skyrocketed. His strength became even more tyrannical, reaching an astonishing height. Swing! Executing the one-mind sword technique, the sword light pierced through the air. Immediately, it split apart the magma fireball that the flame demon shot out. It continued its attack with irresistible force. Slash! 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 The flame demon that barely reached the level of a demon emperor was no match for Zong. Originally, after Zong equipped the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary demon emperor. After mastering the divine sword technique, his strength increased by a few notches, becoming even more tyrannical. In the end, the flame demon was killed by Zong. Suddenly, an ancient bronze gate appeared in front of Zong. The patterns on it were ancient and mysterious. Zong was slightly startled. First, he recovered his strength. Then he retreated from the ancient bronze gate and stepped into it. The whistling sound of the wind was mixed with waves of piercingly cold air that assaulted Zong's face. It was like the cutting of blades, and it actually caused Zong to feel waves of indescribable coldness assaulting him, as if it wanted to freeze him. This was a world of wind and snow. The change from the world of magma to the world of wind and snow was huge. Standing in the wind and snow, Zong quickly looked over. The endless wind and snow continued to sweep through the world. A figure gradually appeared in the wind and snow, slowly walking toward him. It was an elegant figure. Its whole body was snow white like a leopard. Its eyes were icy blue, and its streamlined body looked extremely vigorous. Such a beautiful and elegant life form, when a pair of icy blue eyes stared at Chunzong, immediately brought an extreme threat, a threat that came from the bottom of his heart. This threat grew from the bottom of his heart and spread out like a surging tide. In an instant, Chunzong was extremely vigilant, but also had an indescribable sense of excitement. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword light broke through the air. Chunzong was armed with the ancient godsword armor, and his strength was fully unleashed. He displayed the divine sword technique, the 5 great secret sword killing moves, the blood sword art, and so on. As for the 100 swords art, he did not display it because the red star sword's level was not high enough, and its power was not strong enough. The power of the 100 swords art was limited. Even so, Chunzong was still at a disadvantage. This elegant and beautiful white leopard's strength surpassed that of a flame demon and an ordinary demon emperor. It had barely reached the level of a peak demon emperor. It was not something Chunzong could contend against. After a fierce battle, Chunzong's strength was exhausted and he was killed. His challenge to the 1,000 Kills Pagoda came to an end here. Chunzong appeared outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. On the stone tablet outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong was ranked first again. Moreover, his shocking result was shown 10th floor. He believed that when the other palace disciples saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. It would be another storm. Chunzong retracted his gaze and turned to leave the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. He returned to the secret palace, but he was thinking about why the 10th floor was different from the first 9 floors. The first 9 floors had 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, all the way up to 10 waves of enemies. The number of enemies increased, but the first wave of the 10th floor was clearly different from the second wave. The first wave of flame demons had barely reached the Demon Emperor level, while the second wave's opponent, the Elegant Leopard, had barely reached the peak Demon Emperor level. Based on this, if there was a third wave, would the opponent's strength barely reach the peak Demon Emperor level? Would there be a fourth wave? If there was, what level would the opponent's strength reach? It was unimaginable. Chunzong finally understood why no palace disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace had ever challenged the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. Just the first wave of flame demons on the 10th floor was already very powerful. Without the strength of a demon emperor, it was impossible to defeat them. Among the 3 god dynasties, there were very few true saints who could reach the demon emperor level. There were only a small number of them. Moreover, the second wave of opponents on the 10th floor were barely at the peak Demon Emperor level. If there was really a third wave of opponents, then their strength might barely reach the peak Demon Emperor level, which was even more terrifying. The difference in strength between the 3 Demon Emperors was still very obvious. After another period of bitter cultivation, Chunzong continued to comprehend the Sword Tao. However, after reaching such a realm, it became even more difficult to improve. Chunzong knew that he had reached a bottleneck, and the improvement of his strength had begun to stagnate. Chunzong accepted this calmly. This was an inevitable situation. No matter how high one's potential was, they would eventually reach a bottleneck. No one could avoid it. Chunzong still had no clue how to break through to the demigod level. However, his strength could still continue to improve. Ancient Divine Sword Armor. As long as he upgraded the Ancient Divine Sword Armor to the King level, his strength would skyrocket. The second was the Heavenly Will Sword. If he restored the Heavenly Will Sword to the level of a demigod artifact, he could also obtain its feedback and further improve his strength. The third was the Chaos Sacred Artifact. On this day, Chunzong finally received the news. It had been a few years since he came out of the Dark Sky Empire. In these few years, his strength had improved significantly, but he had reached a bottleneck. However, there was hope for him to continue improving his strength. Within the ancient Illumination Palace, in the palace that was responsible for the exchange of treasures. These are the ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins that you ordered. Luo Feishan pointed at the pile of ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins in front of him. Chunzong took out a large amount of divine origin. There was a total of 50 divine origin, which was a huge sum. However, he did not have much divine origin left. He only had 10 divine origin left. Also, this is the peak Chaos Sacred Artifact sword set that you wanted. Luo Feishan took out a huge sword. The great sword was 3 meters long, as wide as 2 palms, and as thick as 3 fingers. The body of the great sword was black, and it was covered with dark gold patterns. The patterns intersected, and between each pattern it seemed to be the shape of a sword blade. When Chunzong saw the huge sword, he was stunned. He immediately felt a strong aura from it. It was very shocking. It was a peak Chaos Sacred Artifact. It was not something that ordinary peak Chaos Sacred Artifacts could compare to. It could be said that the huge sword was much stronger than the Heavenly Will Sword. However, what he wanted was a set. Why was there only one? Chunzong looked at Luo Feishan with some confusion. This sword is called the 1,000-Star Extreme Break Sword. Luo Feishan smiled and explained, the 1,000-Star Extreme Break Sword was personally forged by Lord Taixing. Lord Taixing is a blacksmith grandmaster and a great demigod. Hearing Luo Feishan's words, Chunzong's eyes widened in shock. Demigod. The 1,000-Star Extreme Break Sword was forged by a demigod blacksmith grandmaster. The secret of the 1,000-Star Extreme Break Sword is that it can be divided into 1,000 smaller swords. Luo Feishan smiled and pointed at the huge sword. The huge sword trembled, and the dark golden patterns on it lit up. There was a faint sound as the sword began to separate into 10 smaller swords. Chunzong's eyes lit up. How much divine origin? Chunzong asked immediately. It was personally forged by a great demigod. It is also a peak Chaos Sacred Artifact. Therefore, it is not cheap. Luo Feishan smiled and said, 20 divine origin. Chunzong was slightly stunned. After calculating, he still did not have enough divine origin. He was still short of 5 divine origin. He had no choice but to sell the Bloodsword Secret Art. The Bloodsword Secret Art was a set with a Blood Imperial Sword. It was also a peak secret art. However, because Chunzong also knew it, it was sold for 10 divine origin. Chapter 3306. In terms of value, the 1,000-Star Piercer Sword wasn't worth 20 divine origin points. It was worth around 15 divine origin points. However, the 1,000-Star Piercer Sword was the work of the great demigod, Taixing. It was personally made for him, so it had an additional value. That was why it cost 20 divine origin points. 15 and 20 divine origin points didn't sound like much, but it was at least 150 million or 200 million Chaos Divine Gems. Ordinary Chaos Divine Gems were worth around 40 to 50 Chaos Divine Gems. Better ones were worth around 1 million Chaos Divine Gems. As for peak Chaos Divine Gems, they were worth at least 5 million Chaos Divine Gems. The 1,000-Star Piercer Sword was a peak Chaos Divine Gems. It was worth 15 divine origin points, which was at least 150 million Chaos Divine Gems. Of course, the 1,000-Star Piercer Sword's power couldn't be compared to the Blood Sovereign Sword. The Blood Sovereign Sword had surpassed the peak Chaos Divine Gems and was infinitely close to a demigod weapon. It had a unique name, Demigod Weapon. It was precisely because the Blood Emperor Sword was a quasi-demigod item that it could be sold for 50 divine yuan. The 1,000-Star Piercer Sword was a peak Chaos Divine Gems, but its value was much lower than the Blood Sovereign Sword. Firstly, it was a demigod weapon that was stronger than a peak Chaos Divine Gems. Secondly, it was rarer and more precious than a peak Chaos Divine Gems. With a bunch of high-grade Ancient Demon Origins, Ancient Fiend Origins, and a 1,000-Star Extreme Breaker Sword, Chunzong returned to his secret palace in the Ancient Illumination Palace. The Heavenly Will Sword devoured the Ancient Demon and Ancient Devil Gems without restraint. Its aura grew stronger, and the light on the sword flickered and circulated. Chunzong couldn't help but smile when he felt the Heavenly Will Sword's aura growing stronger. It didn't take long for the heavenly will sword to devour all of the ancient demon and ancient devil gems. The heavenly will sword's aura grew to a shocking level. It expanded continuously as if it was going to explode and break through some kind of shackle. However, the powerful aura that seemed to be about to break through some kind of shackles and obstacles suddenly stopped and gradually declined. Chunzong's expression changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. As he gripped the will heavenly sword, Chunzong immediately felt a surge of power emerge from the sword and flow into his arms and body. His perfect cosmic indestructible body was strengthened by this surge of power, and his mixed yuan heart force was refined and strengthened even further. However, this aura did not enter for long and stopped after about 30 breaths. The universe's undying body has been strengthened by about 50%, and the primordial heart force has been purified by about 30%. Chunzong felt it carefully. The heavenly will sword's reverse nurturing had indeed strengthened him, but it was not by much. It did not significantly increase his overall strength. After communicating with the heart's will heavenly sword, Chunzong learned that the heart's will heavenly sword had not truly recovered to the level of a demigod artifact. It had only recovered to the level of a quasi-demigod artifact. There was only one word difference between a pseudo-artifact and a pseudo-artifact, but there was an obvious difference. In that case, how could it truly recover to the level of a demigod artifact? Previously, the heart's will heavenly sword had given Chunzong the answer to devour the ancient demon origin or ancient devil origin of a higher grade. It was only an estimate and was not 100% accurate. Now, the heart's will heavenly sword gave an answer to Chunzong's question. At the very least, it needed to devour the ancient demon origin or ancient devil origin of a demigod level ancient devil origin. Chunzong could not help but furrow his brows. A demigod level ancient demon origin or ancient devil origin was a tyrannical existence. Without the strength of a demigod, there was no way to contend against them. Even a demigod of the same level would find it difficult to kill another demigod. Could it be that the heart's will heavenly sword had to stop here? When the heart's will heavenly sword was first forged, it was a top-tier demigod artifact. However, it had been broken and damaged in a great battle, causing its power to plummet. It would not be easy for it to recover to the level of a demigod artifact. In that case, other than devouring the ancient demon origin or ancient devil origin of a demigod level ancient devil origin, the heart's will heavenly sword had given a second method, which was to recover on its own. In about 1,000 years, there was hope for it to recover to the level of a demigod artifact. 1,000 years in exchange for a demigod artifact was actually very worth it. However, Chunzong still felt that it was a little too long. Of course, if there was no other way, this was the only way. As for the third method, it was unknown. There might be some unique treasures that could allow the heart's will heavenly sword to recover faster. However, he would only know when he encountered it. Although it was a little regretful, Chunzong could only accept this fact. Although the heart's will heavenly sword had not recovered to the level of a demigod artifact, its recovery to the level of a quasi-demigod artifact had increased his strength further. As for how much it had increased, he still did not know. It took him 3 days to refine the 1,000-star Extreme Breaksword. Just as Chunzong was refining the 1,000-star Extreme Breaksword, a storm broke out in the ancient Illumination Palace. This was because someone saw the ranking and battle results on the stone tablet outside the 1,000 Kills Tower. The 10th floor. Someone actually reached the 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Tower. What a shocking battle result. Moreover, it was the third-ranked peerless sword Saint Chunzong. As for the first-ranked by Yi and the second-ranked Jing Wuxue, they had yet to return. Today, Chunzong came again. It's the third-ranked king's disciple. What third-ranked king's disciple? He's the first-ranked king's disciple now. Seeing Chunzong's arrival, a commotion broke out. These people were all disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. Some of them came to challenge the 1,000 Kills Tower, while others came because they were curious and wanted to see it with their own eyes after hearing the news. What you hear is false. What you see is true. Under the shocked and respectful gazes, Chunzong stepped into the Thousand Kills Tower. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, Chunzong did not waste any time. He charged through the floors at his fastest speed. On the 8th floor, the strong enemies could no longer bring Chunzong much pressure. Only the opponents on the 9th floor could make Chunzong take them seriously. However, he only took them seriously when the quasi-divine artifact Will Heavenly Sword executed One Heart Sword. Its power increased by at least 2 times. Kill! 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 In the 9th level, Chunzong wielded his sword as if he was slaughtering in all directions, continuously charging through wave after wave. The Will Heavenly Sword had recovered to the quasi-divine artifact level. Firstly, its power returned to Chunzong, causing Chunzong's strength to increase slightly. Secondly, the sword's power was not ordinary. When using the sword to execute sword skills, the power of the sword skills would increase by another step. With my strength, I shouldn't be inferior to the flame demon on the 10th floor, right? Chunzong thought to himself as he defeated his opponent with one strike. After passing the 9th floor, Chunzong waited until his divine intent and cultivation were fully recovered before stepping into the 10th floor for the second time. His first opponent on the 10th floor was still the flame demon. Blazing lava surged. Chunzong did not equip the ancient godly sword armor, and only relied on his normal strength to fight the Balrog. As expected, his current strength was no longer inferior to the Balrog's, and could be considered to have surpassed the apex Demon King level, barely reaching the Demon Emperor level. However, if he did not use the pseudo-divine, Heavenly Sword, his normal strength would fall to the Demon King level. The quasi-divine artifact's power increase was even more shocking than the Apex Chaos Sacred Artifact. One Heart Sword, 5 secret sword killing moves, Blood Sword Art. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Chunzong fought a bitter battle. In the end, he killed the flame demon with his superb skills. However, his strength was almost exhausted. Difficult. This battle was very difficult, but also very satisfying. While laughing, Chunzong felt waves of pain in his head, as if it was about to be torn apart. This was the aftereffect of using too much of his divine intent. However, as long as his divine intent recovered, it would disappear. When his divine intent and mixed origin heart force were fully recovered, Chunzong pushed open the ancient bronze door and stepped inside. In the world of wind and snow, an elegant figure rushed over. It was the snow-white cheetah with a pair of icy blue eyes that had killed Chunzong. Armed, Chunzong covered his entire body with the ancient divine sword armor. He took a step forward, and sword light flashed as he mercilessly attacked the snow-white cheetah. The snow-white cheetah's strength had barely reached the apex Demon Emperor level. However, Chunzong's current strength had truly reached the apex Demon Emperor level. In terms of absolute strength, Chunzong was slightly stronger than the snow-white cheetah. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, Chunzong gradually gained the upper hand and controlled the battle rhythm. Every strike was difficult for the cheetah to deal with. Unknowingly, Chunzong had restricted its ability to dodge, and it kept getting hit. Blood Sword Azura. A bloody light burst out. The blood-red sword light swept across the sky. The snow-white cheetah's body paused slightly, as if it had frozen in an instant. The sword light was like a turbulent impact. A storm swept across and immediately engulfed the snow-white cheetah. Kill! Chunzong couldn't help but laugh when he killed this opponent who had barely reached the apex Demon Emperor level. This feeling was too satisfying. While recovering his divine will and cultivation, Chunzong recalled the battle just now. After completely recovering, he pushed open the bronze door and stepped inside. This place was not magma or wind and snow, but a high mountain cliff. Outside the cliff, white clouds fluttered and rolled, as if it was an ocean. A figure stood on the cliff with his hands behind his back, facing Chunzong. It was a slender figure. His head was slightly raised, as if he was staring at the boundless sky. Just looking at his back gave Chunzong a feeling of infinite loftiness. It was as if he had merged with the cliff, as if he had merged with the sea of clouds and the vast sky. Finally, someone is here. A gentle voice sounded. Immediately, the figure slowly turned around. It was a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man whose appearance was not outstanding, but for some reason, he gave Chunzong a mysterious feeling. He left a deep impression on him at first sight. Deep like the sea, high like a mountain. At the same time, Chunzong was also very surprised. Ever since he entered the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, the opponents he encountered would not have any communication. Or rather, the only communication they had was through battle. When an opponent appeared, they would either defeat the opponent and continue to move forward or be defeated by the opponent and leave. There was no other way. Now, this opponent could actually speak and communicate with him. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he possessed intelligence? Even the flame demon and the snow-white cheetah from before did not possess any intelligence. "Who are you?" Chunzong asked. Chapter 33:07. The sky was boundless, and the sea of clouds was endless. On the cliff, a biting cold mountain wind blew, causing the mysterious middle-aged man's clothes to flutter. His long black hair fluttered, and there seemed to be traces of divine light emanating from the ends of his hair. "Who is it? Who is this person?" You can call me Lord Guzhen." The mysterious middle-aged man smiled. "Lord Guzhen." Chunzong paused for a moment, and then his expression changed. "You're a demigod?" With his current strength, only a demigod could make him address him respectfully as Lord. Otherwise, no matter how high one's status was, as long as one was not a demigod, one would not be worthy of being addressed as Lord. In the world of cultivators, strength was the true guarantee of status. A demigod. There was actually a demigod on the 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. It was unimaginable. However, Chunzong had a new doubt. How could a demigod stay here? Or rather, he was no longer in the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. Of course, the person in front of him might not be his real body, but an incarnation or something like that. No matter what, this was a demigod. Facing a demigod, Chunzong still felt a little nervous. It was inevitable. There's no need to be nervous. Guzhen seemed to see the nervousness in Chunzong's heart. He smiled and said unhurriedly, "I founded the ancient illumination hall and built the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. It's been 1,000 years since then, but you're the first person to walk in front of me." Before this, there were indeed palace disciples who had reached the 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. However, they had at most passed the first wave and stopped at the second wave. If they could not pass the second wave, they would not be able to walk in front of Guzhen. That was why Guzhen said that Chunzong was the first. "Show me your ability. If you can obtain my recognition, you will be able to obtain the reward I left in the 1,000 Kills Pagoda." Guzhen did not say too much. He was a demigod, and a demigod status was high and mighty. There was no need to say too much to a cultivator below the demigod level. "As you wish." Chunzong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His eyes became brighter and sharper, as if they could pierce through everything like sword light. He locked his gaze on the figure in front of him. That should not be the true body of a demigod, but just an avatar. However, even if it was the avatar of a demigod, it still possessed incredible power. In a real battle, he would not be able to fight against it. The ancient god sword armor covered his entire body in an instant. After Guzhen saw it, he revealed an interested look. Blood sword Azura. In an instant, Chunzong used his most powerful secret sword technique. A blood-red shadow appeared, and a 9-meter-long blood-red light shot out from his eyes, piercing through everything like the edge of a sword. When the blood sword Azura used his full strength, the space in front of him seemed to slow down for a moment. Everything in the world returned to dust. A sword pierced through the air. It was used after the blood sword Azura, and its power was even more tyrannical. Two completely different sword lights, each carrying a different power, instantly slashed at the figure standing on the cliff in front of him. The figure did not dodge at all and was hit directly. However, when the two tyrannical sword lights hit Guzhen's figure, they could not push him back at all. They could not hurt him at all. When the tyrannical power came into contact with Gu Zhan's figure, it seemed to be blocked by an indescribable, mysterious power. It also seemed to be swallowed up. It's not bad, but it's still not enough. Gu Zhan smiled and said, "Anything else?" "Yes." Chenzong spat out a word like thunder. With a thought, a huge sword seemed to appear from the void. It was a huge sword that was 3 meters long. The pitch-black body of the sword was covered with dark golden lines. As they intersected, they looked like sword-shaped imprints. When the huge sword appeared, Gu Zhan stared at it and was slightly stunned. He seemed to recognize the origin of the sword and smiled. Chenzong was completely focused. His expression was extremely solemn, cold, and solemn. He activated his chaotic prime realm to the extreme. His pitch-black hair seemed to dance wildly in the wind. His eyes constantly emitted rays of divine light that could see through everything. Vaguely, there seemed to be a faint sound. The 3-meter-long, 1,000-star extreme breaking sword was controlled by Chenzong's mind. It suddenly emitted rays of light and split into 100 rays. Each ray of sword light emitted a black and dark golden luster. They surrounded Chenzong and emitted an extremely tyrannical aura. Chaotic Prime Heart Force exploded tenfold. 100 Swords Technique. 100 swords become one. In the next moment, the 100 rays of dark golden sword light merged into one again. The aura continued to stack, surpassing the past and reaching an astonishing height. Everything in the world returned to dust. Chenzong erupted with his full strength, pouring all of his power into the strike. He pushed the destruction intent to the limit and unleashed the annihilation force without holding back at all. The dark golden sword light traversed the void and locked onto Gu Zhan from afar. Gu Zhan's expression became more solemn. Around the dark golden sword light, darkness appeared and spread rapidly. It was like a black hole that devoured everything. It emitted an unparalleled aura of destruction that could destroy everything. Kill. Chenzong used all his strength to unleash this sword light. He unleashed an extremely powerful move and instantly blasted it out. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. A boundless pitch-black darkness appeared and constantly emitted an aura that could annihilate everything. This was the most tyrannical move that Chenzong could perform. It could not be performed instantaneously and required a certain amount of time to accumulate power. As the pitch-black destructive sword light approached, Gu Zhan slowly raised a finger and pointed forward. His finger was white and seemed to be surrounded by a layer of crystal-clear brilliance. As the brilliance flowed, it streaked across the sky and left a simple trajectory. The trajectory was so natural, like a swallow flying across the sky or a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was so smooth and without the slightest intention. Gu Zhan pointed his finger and directly attacked the darkness and destruction of sword. After a slight pause, the divine light at his fingertip flickered and faintly disappeared as if it was about to be defeated. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, in the next moment, the pitch-black destructive sword light trembled. It fluctuated continuously and quickly dissipated. Even such a tyrannical move could not cause any damage to Gu Zhan, even if Gu Zhan was not his real body and was only an avatar. However, the essence of a demigod had already surpassed the true sage realm and was on a completely different level. With the power of the true sage realm, it was impossible to hurt a demigod at all. Even if it was an avatar of a demigod, it still had the extraordinary essence of a demigod and would be difficult to injure, let alone defeat. Seeing that his most tyrannical move with all his strength could not cause any damage to his opponent, Chenzong felt an indescribable sense of depression in his heart. Was the gap so big? It should be known that to perform this move, he had almost exhausted all of his cultivation strength. There was also not much of his tyrannical divine will left. In other words, he had already lost the ability to fight again. He could not maintain the ancient divine sword armor and had withdrawn it into his body. His current strength was at most at the level of an ordinary true sage. Could he still not pass the 1,000 Kills Pagoda? Shinzong's thoughts turned. Facing a demigod avatar, even if his strength had reached the peak of the demon overlord realm, he would not be able to defeat it. That move is a little interesting. Guzhen smiled and looked at the 1,000-star extreme breaksword that had flown back to Shinzong's side. He said, neither too fast nor too slow. It's just a little lacking. Hearing this, Shinzong could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, he was not taken over by disappointment and quickly pulled himself together. If he could not do it this time, then he would try again next time. He believed that his strength could be further improved. However, his hopes of improving his strength now lay on the ancient divine sword armor. If he could upgrade the ancient divine sword armor to the king level, he believed that his strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he might be able to gain the recognition of this demigod. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Goodbye. Shinzong bowed with his sword and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Guzhen smiled. Although it's a little lacking, you're the first person in 1,000 years to walk up to me and make me feel a little interested. I'll give you an opportunity. While Shinzong was still in a daze, Guzhen waved his hand, and a stream of light instantly flew over and landed in Shinzong's hand. Shinzong looked at it and found that it was a token. It was a circular token that was about half the size of a palm. There was a mysterious character on it. Shinzong recognized the character with a single glance. It was the character Gu. This word was surprisingly similar to the ancient divine language. This is the ancient region token. Refine this token and you can enter the ancient region, Guzhen said with a smile. Guzhen laughed. Immediately, he waved his hand, and Shinzong felt as though everything in front of him was continuously moving backwards. Actually, it was not everything in front of him that was moving backwards. Instead, it was himself that was moving backwards at the speed of light, causing everything in front of him to become faint. It was as though it was an illusion before it finally disappeared without a trace. When Shinzong came back to his senses, he found that he had already appeared outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. Everyone's eyes were on him. After a few breaths, Shinzong was completely awake. Holding the circular token in his hand, he turned around and left the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, returning to his secret palace. He needed to properly sort out what had happened today. After passing through the second wave of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda's 10th floor, he encountered a demigod's clone in the third wave. It was not a powerful enemy who had barely reached the peak of the Demon Emperor level as he had guessed. What he needed to do was not to defeat the demigod's clone, but to do his best to display his strength and see if he could get the demigod's clone's approval. In the end, the demigod's clone should have given him the ancient region token after obtaining approval. Refine this token and you can enter the ancient region. Shinzong lowered his head and looked at the circular token in his hand. The word Guan, it was somewhat similar to the ancient divine language. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. Ancient region. When the territories of the human race and the origin race merged together, the most powerful ones were the ancient region and the 3 great divine dynasties. Of course, the outside world's understanding of the ancient region and the 3 great divine dynasties was very limited. If Shinzong had not truly entered the ancient divine dynasty, he would not know anything about the 3 great divine dynasties. The ancient region was even more mysterious than the 3 great divine dynasties. Until now, Shinzong did not know much about the ancient region. He only knew that it was the most powerful existence among the human race and the origin race. In other words, it was the holy land of the human race and the origin race the ancestral land. Chapter 33:08. He's quite a good seedling. I wonder if he can take that step? In the void, a stalwart figure opened his eyes. His clear and bright gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void as he looked at a certain spot in the ancient Illumination Palace in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty. A faint smile flashed across his face. That step. What was that step? That step was the step from the true saint realm to the demigod realm. It was like the difference between a human and a god. Stepping out was like a frog jumping out of a well, like a carp jumping through the dragon gate, like a bug breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly. It was a qualitative change in life. It was unknown how many people would be attracted by such a transformation, all for the sake of taking that step, but it was also unknown how many people would be stopped at that step. Since ancient times, no matter which era it was in, demigods were supreme existences. As for true gods, they were more like a legend, an unreachable legend. Since ancient times, no matter which era it was in, those cultivators would eventually want to take that step to become a demigod. However, it was very, very difficult. Only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million. No one knew how many amazing people, how many people who could suppress an era, finally stopped at that step, unable to take that step and regretting it for the rest of their lives. Up until now, the chaotic universe had never given birth to a demigod. The current demigods had all survived from the previous era, or even the era before that. Only demigods had the ability to survive the destruction of a universe and return to the new universe. However, not all demigods could seize that opportunity. In the secret palace, Chunzong was not in a hurry to refine the ancient region token. Although he was very anxious, he still calmed down and carefully recalled the battle on the 10th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. He recalled the sword attack that had erupted with all his strength. He had used the 1,000-star extreme breaking sword to perform the 100 swords technique and then used the 100 swords unification to push all things in the world into the void. He had directly exhausted all his strength without holding back. The power of this sword attack had already surpassed the sacrificial spirit kill. Chunzong believed that the power of this sword attack was enough to severely injure a top-tier demon emperor. Of course, it cannot be killed. Even a peak demon emperor powerhouse would not be able to kill a top-tier demon emperor so easily. He would have to attack several times and exhaust his strength before he could have a chance of killing a top-tier demon emperor. In other words, the power of that sword strike should be enough to threaten the ultimate devil emperor. Unfortunately, he only had the strength for one strike. After that strike, his cultivation strength and divine would be completely exhausted. He would basically lose the ability to fight for a short period of time. Now, cultivation has become my shortcoming. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. In fact, in terms of cultivation, his primordial heart force was pure and vigorous, and it definitely surpassed many peak true saints. However, the various methods he had mastered were powerful, but they also consumed a lot of cultivation. If his cultivation was not very vigorous and pure, and his recovery speed was extremely fast, it would be difficult for him to support the consumption of the ancient god sword armor. As for the 100 swords art, the higher the grade of the sword used, the faster the Chaos Origin Heart Force would be consumed. The 1,000-star Pole Breaker Sword was a top-tier Chaos Saint weapon. Using it to perform the 100 Swords art would consume as much energy as equipping the ancient Divine Sword armor. If the two were to be used at the same time, the energy consumption would be even more shocking. Regarding this point, Chunzong was also helpless. It would be great if the amount of his primordial heart force could be further increased. If it doubled, it would mean that his fighting strength would be stronger. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to increase the amount of his cultivation strength. It was also extremely difficult for him to make his cultivation strength more pure. After coming back to his senses, Chunzong took out the circular token that was half the size of his palm and immediately refined it. Primordial chaos heart force, divine will, and all sorts of other energies poured into the token, refining it bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, Chunzong had completely refined the ancient region token. He could vaguely feel that this ancient region token had become one with him, as if they were connected by blood. No, it was not accurate to say that it was connected by blood. It was more like an evolution of the spirit. With a thought, the ancient region medallion immediately melted into a ball of liquid, then a ball of gas. Like a mist, it rose into the air and fused with Chunzong's spiritual energy. It was a very strange feeling. Chunzong suddenly had a flash of understanding. He seemed to be able to go to a mysterious place through the ancient region token. After carefully sensing it, He could vaguely feel that the mysterious place seemed to be full of attraction. Could it be the so-called ancient region? Chunzong could not help but secretly guess. What was the ancient region like? Chunzong was not sure yet, but he should be able to find out soon. Focusing all his attention on the power of the ancient region medallion, Chunzong immediately felt as if his soul had left his body and was being guided by the power of the ancient region medallion, quickly flying toward the mysterious place he had sensed. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was flying through endless time and space. His whole body seemed to be very clear, but also a little confused. It was a kind of half-dream and half-awake. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong suddenly awoke. He found himself standing in front of an incomparably huge door. This door was completely bronze in color and looked very majestic and heavy. It was covered with veined patterns of slash-and-burn cultivation, beasts, and birds. It was like a mural that recorded the past. It looked somewhat crude, but it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was real. The bronze door stood in front of Chunzong. It was infinitely tall, as if there was no end to it. Chunzong could not see what was behind the door. Below his feet was a piece of nothingness. Could it be the so-called ancient region? Chunzong could not help but show some doubts. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, the ancient region should be the same as the three great dynasties. Was it just a door? Even if the door looked incomparably ancient and mysterious. Curious, aren't you? A voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, startling Chunzong. He immediately turned around and saw a young figure. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be from the origin race. This person was handsome and had a slight smile on his face. He gave off the feeling of being at ease, as if no matter what he faced, he would be able to remain calm and unruffled. My name is Xiaocheng. As you can see, I am from the origin race, the handsome youth said with a smile. This is my second time here. Chunzong, human. First time here, Chunzong replied. Then he asked this, could it be that this is the ancient region? What is Brother Chen's understanding of the ancient region? Xiaocheng asked. Chunzong could not give an answer. This is the ancient region, Xiaocheng said with a smile. The ancient region is just a name. Its other name is the ancestral land. Ancestral land. Chunzong savored the name. Brother Chun, do you know that in the beginning, there was actually no difference between the human race and the origin race? Xiaocheng addressed Chunzong in a somewhat familiar manner. Chunzong nodded. He already understood this point. A long time ago, in a certain primeval universe, the human race and the origin race were actually one entity. There was no difference between them. However, a few variables occurred in the middle, causing them to split in two. Due to the different living environments and the long passage of time, they were split into the human race and the origin race. This was also why the human race and the origin race had merged together in the primal chaos universe. This so-called ancient region was left behind by the ancestors of the human race and the origin race. It was the ancestral land. The ancestral land had always existed, continuing through one universe epoch after another, until it disappeared in the last universe epoch. Or perhaps it was better to say that it was lost. This was because the four great universes of that universe epoch were fragmented and incomplete. When the four great universes of the last universe epoch collided and fused together, various hidden secret realms appeared. The ancestral land of the human race and the origin race was discovered by the human race and the origin race demigods, and they locked onto it once more. The primal chaos universe used the ancestral land as the foundation to establish the three great divine dynasties. Other forces also established them one after another. The ancient region was what the outside world called it. The true name was the ancestral land. The ancestral land of the human race and the origin race was left behind by the ancestors of the human race and the origin race. According to Xiaocheng, only the most outstanding people of the three great divine dynasties were qualified to obtain the ancient region token and enter this place to obtain opportunities. Entering this place would require one's soul to leave their body. Only demigods could enter with their true body. Only demigods could enter this place with their true body. This was also a kind of protection for the ancestral land. Xiuqing also directly stated that the reason he was willing to tell Chunzong all this was because Chunzong had appeared here. And Chunzong's appearance here meant that Chunzong had obtained the Ancient Region token. No matter what method he used to obtain the Ancient Region token, there was only one explanation. Chunzong's talent was outstanding, and he was an outstanding genius of the Ancient Divine Dynasty or Wonkong Divine Dynasty. Any genius who could obtain the Ancient Region token was a peak genius. There were very few of them. If he could befriend them, he would do so. It was best if he didn't become enemies. This was Xiuqing's principle. Otherwise, he wouldn't give Chunzong a second glance, let alone explain the Ancient Region to Chunzong in detail. The Ancient Region is the ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors. There are all kinds of inheritances left behind by the ancestors, and it is also filled with primordial divine power. Xiuqing said solemnly, "Brother Chun, when you enter the Ancient Region, you must remember to choose the inheritance first. After choosing the inheritance, you must absorb the primordial divine power with all your strength." The Ancient Region was also the ancestral land. It was filled with primordial divine power. It was left behind by the ancestors after their deaths, and there were also the inheritances left behind by the ancestors. The benefits of entering the Ancient Region were the primordial divine power and the inheritances left behind by the ancestors. If no one had told him, perhaps he wouldn't have noticed it. No matter what, Xiuqing had told him all this out of goodwill. He owed him a favor. "Many thanks." Chunzong saluted with his sword. "I'm also forming good karma." Xiuqing smiled. "Since Brother Chun already knows, let's enter the ancestral land together." After saying that, Xiuqing pressed his hand on the huge bronze door. His body gradually emitted a layer of light. Xiuqing's body turned into a ray of light and slowly merged with the bronze door, disappearing before Chunzong's eyes. Chapter 3309. The mysterious aura was everywhere, making Chunzong's divine soul body feel very comfortable, as if he was floating in the air. It was the first time that Chunzong felt such a unique and mysterious aura. It was hard to describe with words. Primordial divine power. Was this the so-called primordial divine power in the ancestral land? Chunzong remembered what Xiuqing had said, and carefully observed his surroundings while absorbing the primordial divine power. It was inevitable that he would be curious about the ancestral land, as it was his first time entering the ancient domain. What was the ancestral land like? Huge stone steels stood between the heavens and the earth. Every single one of them was at least 1,000 meters tall, and some were even tens of thousands of meters tall. Every single one of them gave off an incomparably ancient aura, as if they had originated from countless years ago. They had been passed down from generation to generation, eternally immortal. Each tablet was engraved with many scratches, and as the scratches intersected, they formed words. They were unfamiliar words, but Chunzong could understand them. This was because Chunzong had mastered the ancient god language. The ancient words on the tablets were somewhat similar to the ancient god language. The ancient god language was like the ancestor of all languages, and it was the origin of all languages. Every subsequent language of the universe was based on the ancient god language and gradually evolved. The closer the language was to the ancient god universe era, the closer it was to the ancient god language, and vice versa. Anyone who entered the ancestral land would be able to obtain an inheritance from the ancestral land. However, in most cases, the inheritances obtained by those who entered the ancestral land were random. It all depended on fate or luck because they could not understand the words on it. However, Chunzong could understand them, which meant that Chunzong did not have to obtain an inheritance randomly, but could choose. Of course, even if Chunzong could understand them, he could not break the rules and obtain 2 or more inheritances. He could only obtain 1. As he slowly absorbed the primordial divine power into his body, Chunzong started to wander around. His gaze swept across the area quickly as he read the words on the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet didn't record the entire inheritance. It was only a small portion. It was equivalent to the introduction of an inheritance. It wasn't a cultivation method, but it was to let people understand some of the mysteries of the inheritance. While observing, Chunzong vaguely discovered the truth of these stone tablets. A tombstone. These stone tablets were tombstones one after another. There were a total of 999 tombstones. 999 tombstones represented 999 legacies of the ancient people. They were the legacies of the ancestors. Chunzong also saw Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng flew past the tombstones as if he was purposefully choosing his inheritance. This was his second time here. Compared to his first time here, he was more prepared. The primordial divine power continued to flow into his body, gradually making Chunzong feel as though he had eaten his fill. Vaguely, as the feeling of saturation appeared, Chunzong felt a wave of repulsion. An invisible repulsive force began to reject him, as though it wanted to expel him from this place. Stop! Chunzong stopped actively absorbing the primordial divine power to ease the feeling of saturation. However, even if he controlled it and slowed down the absorption speed, the primordial divine power continued to flow into Chunzong's body, further increasing the feeling of saturation. If he did not obtain the chosen inheritance before he was expelled, he would not be able to obtain the inheritance and would have to enter a second time. An ancient region token could only allow him to enter once. Obtaining the ancient region token was not an easy task. After searching for a long time, Chunzong finally found an inheritance. According to the records on it, he felt that this inheritance was very suitable for him. Concealing Yuan in the void. This was a secret technique. It did not have offensive or defensive capabilities, and it could not directly increase one's strength. It did not seem to be very useful, but Chunzong needed it. To put it bluntly, the use of this secret technique was to increase one's cultivation. The secret of concealing Yuan in the void was to open up the void aperture. Every void aperture could contain all one's cultivation. It did not exist within the body, but existed in the void. However, it was connected to the body. When it was needed, one only needed to activate it. To use an analogy, if Chunzong opened up a void aperture and filled it with primordial divine heart force, it would be equivalent to the amount of primordial divine heart force multiplying. In this way, the primordial divine heart force's power would not increase, but the multiplying amount meant that Chunzong could sustain the consumption of the ancient divine sword armor for a longer period of time, and even use the 1,000-star extreme breaking sword to perform the 100 swords art. When Chunzong chose the inheritance, the stone tablet suddenly trembled as though it was about to be uprooted from the ground. It emitted an ancient and extremely powerful aura. Boom! The first sound suddenly exploded, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears, making Chunzong feel as though he was about to be blown to pieces. Accompanied by the shocking explosion, a pitch-black vortex appeared beside the 1,000-meter-tall stone tablet. As it spun rapidly, it emitted a terrifying, devouring power, like a black hole that could devour everything. Boom! A second explosion sounded, and a second black hole vortex appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Rumbles rang out one after another as black hole vortexes appeared one after another. A total of 9 vortexes lined up in front of the huge stone tablet. As they spun continuously, they emitted an unparalleled, devouring power, as if they could devour everything until there was nothing left. Then, as the 9 black hole vortexes spun at high speed, they began to collapse. Finally, they collapsed into 9 tiny black spots of light, like black starlight, and shot through the air, instantly entering Chunzong's spirit. Faintly, Chunzong seemed to see a world. This was an incomparably ancient world, with a boundless sky and boundlessly vast earth. Below the sky, there were ancient and gigantic flying beasts spreading their wings, blotting out the sun. On the earth, there were majestic beasts galloping about, their bodies as large as mountains, inconceivable. It was a desolate world. A stalwart giant wearing a skirt made of animal skin stood above the boundless land and under the boundless sky. He stood indomitable, and his strong and boundless body seemed to be carrying the sky. In that majestic body, there was boundless power, as if it was a world of its own. Following a loud explosion, a huge pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared. The inside of the vortex was pitch black, but it was filled with a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the power contained in the body of the stalwart giant. There was a second rumble, a third rumble, and then a series of rumbles. It was as if an ancient giant had swung a giant axe to create a new world. Pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void, and there seemed to be a small world inside the vortexes. They were constantly devouring the vast power of the world until they were saturated. All of the power was comparable to that of the giant's powerful body. A series of 9 huge black hole vortexes formed a ring behind the stalwart giant's head. It was an indescribably magnificent sight. Then, the stalwart giant's eyes, which were as huge as the sun and the moon, stared at Chunzong's spirit as if they had penetrated the endless space and time. His eyes shone brightly. "Descendant of my bloodline, I will pass on my inheritance to you. My clan will live forever." A torrent of information surged and filled Chunzong's spirit as it was constantly being grasped by Chunzong. His chaotic prime was activated to the extreme, and he constantly analyzed the information that was emerging. It was the content of the secret of concealing energy in the void. At the same time, Chunzong also felt that the primordial divine power was constantly pouring into his divine soul body, filling it up, causing his divine soul body to be completely saturated. It was like a bucket filled with water, and it was a sealed bucket. If he continued to pour in water, the water would not overflow, but the bucket would explode. Chunzong now had such a feeling. He only felt that his soul was about to burst, and the repulsive force was constantly increasing, making Chunzong feel like he was being torn apart, concealing energy in the void. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately tried the secret of concealing energy in the void and opened the first void aperture. In an instant, a black light appeared behind Chunzong's spirit, and then it kept spinning. Its edge was as sharp as a blade, and it seemed to be cutting the void. It gradually expanded and finally turned into a fist-sized black hole vortex that kept spinning. Chunzong immediately felt that the primordial divine power that filled his spirit, which was about to explode, was pouring into the black hole vortex. It was the void aperture. At the same time, more primordial divine power poured into Chunzong's body. Not long after, the primordial god force in Chunzong's body completely surged into his void acupuncture point. The void acupuncture point gradually disappeared. It didn't truly disappear, but concealed itself. However, Chunzong could feel that it could be activated. The first void aperture in the secret of concealing energy in the void was the easiest to open. The second void aperture was much more difficult to open, and the third void aperture was even more difficult to open. The difficulty of opening the 9th void aperture was as high as the sky. Right now, Chunzong could only open his first void aperture. Perhaps if he had more time, he would be able to open his second void aperture and contain even more primordial divine power. However, it was a pity that the primordial divine power continued to surge into his divine soul, causing Chunzong's divine soul to feel full again. It even felt like it was about to burst open. No longer persevering, Chunzong's spirit followed the invisible but powerful repulsive force, and his spirit faded rapidly and finally disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared outside the ancient and boundless bronze gate. Looking at the ancient and majestic bronze gate, he was alone. Xiao Cheng did not seem to have come out, or perhaps he had already left. With a thought, Chunzong's spirit dissipated, as if it had disappeared into nothingness. It shuttled through the endless void and returned to his body. In a secret hall of the ancient illumination palace of the ancient illumination god dynasty, Chunzong's body had lost its spirit, and it was devoid of spiritual energy. It was like a wooden stake, and his eyes were blank. However, as his spirit returned to his body, the feeling of spiritual energy filled the air, and his eyes began to shine with divine light. The divine light shot out, pure and gentle, but it also contained an indescribable feeling of sharpness. It's like a dream. Shenzong sighed softly. Ancient region, ancestral land, ancestral inheritance. It was unbelievable. Chapter 33:10. Author's Note. There are always readers who ask me how long it will take to finish the story. To the sixth Tao, a book can't have a lousy ending. Even if I can't give it a wonderful ending, I should at least give it a natural ending. Within the secret palace, Chunzong's mind seemed to still be flashing with the image of an ancient, vast, and desolate world. Huge birds spread their wings and soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Majestic beasts galloped across the boundless earth, their bodies moving like mountains, causing the earth to shake incessantly. The ancient ancestor expert with a rugged and majestic body stood on the boundless land. The 9 black hole-like vortexes formed a ring behind his head and slowly rotated, containing an extremely terrifying power. The 9 vortexes were the 9 apertures of the void concealment. They contained endless power, as if they were a small world of their own. Chunzong didn't know how strong such an expert was, but he felt that he should be a demigod expert. The void concealment was the inheritance of a demigod expert. The first void concealment aperture is the easiest to open. The subsequent ones will be harder to open, Chunzong said to himself. This was what he knew after he received the inheritance. This was because opening the void concealment aperture required one to bear the burden. If one's body wasn't strong enough, it would be more difficult to open the void concealment aperture. It might even be dangerous because one wouldn't be able to bear the burden. If one couldn't bear the burden, one's body would collapse. To Chunzong, opening one void concealment aperture wasn't much of a burden, so he could open it easily. As for the second void concealment aperture, it could also be opened, but it would take some time. Chunzong wasn't in a hurry to open the second void concealment aperture. Instead, he prepared to refine the primordial divine power. The primordial divine power was a very ancient and pure power. It was very mysterious. The use of the primordial divine power was also very direct. It could strengthen everything in one's body. For example, it could strengthen one's divine will, physique, cultivation, and so on. If one could absorb the primordial divine power without limit, it could indeed strengthen everything in one's body. However, it was obvious that the primordial divine power he had now was limited. Perhaps it was because he had opened one void concealment aperture that he could store twice as much primordial divine power, but it was still limited. If he were to strengthen it in all aspects, it would mean that every aspect would be strengthened at the same time, but the strengthening would be limited. Chunzong pondered. He thought of the secret of concealing Yuan in the void and made a decision. In the beginning, Chunzong had actually planned to use the primordial divine power to strengthen the immortal body of the universe and increase the strength of his physique. This way, he would be able to open more void acupoints and accommodate more primordial heart force. But on second thought, although doing so could prolong his combat ability, it would be better to directly increase his strength. As long as one's strength was strong enough, there was no need to fight for a long time. If one could solve a problem with one sword strike, why would one need to go through so much trouble to use 10 or even more swords? Of course, it was also possible to refine the divine will. The power of the swordsmanship and secret swords he had mastered was also closely related to the divine will, but Chunzong ruled it out. Why? On one hand, divine intent could still be tempered and improved through the Netherflame Jade tempering technique, and it would only take a little more time. On the other hand, which was also a very important point, merging the divine will into the swordsmanship and secret swords was not the main point. It was only used as a support. Otherwise, once he met a strong enemy whose divine will was not inferior to his own, The power of the swordsmanship and secret swords would be greatly reduced when the divine will lost its effect. There were currently two ways to improve the immortal body of the universe. One was to improve the heavenly will sword and restore it to the level of a semi-divine weapon. It would be greatly strengthened, and at that time, it would also strengthen the primordial heart force to a certain extent. The second way was to improve the ancient godsword armor. When it was upgraded from the soldier level to the general level, the immortal body of the universe was strengthened by 30%, but it did not strengthen the primordial heart force. Presumably, from the general level to the king level, the enhancement of the immortal body of the universe would be more obvious. After thinking about it, it was more direct to directly refine the primordial heart force. That would directly increase his strength. When the refinement began, Chunzong first released the primordial divine power stored in his spirit. The heart of the universe operated and quickly refined the primordial divine power. That pure and ancient mysterious power gradually merged into the primordial heart force. Chunzong immediately felt the primordial heart force become purer and more powerful. After refining the primordial divine power stored in his spirit, the primordial heart force became twice as pure, which made Chunzong secretly shocked. Opening the void acupoints, there was a lot of primordial divine power stored in them. He continued to refine the primordial heart force, but once he started refining, Chunzong realized that he could not continue refining. The purity of the primordial heart force had reached a limit. This was not in line with Chunzong's plan. Originally, he planned to use all the primordial divine power to refine the primordial heart force. Now it seemed that it would not work. Even a power like the primordial divine power was not omnipotent. In that case, how should he use the remaining primordial divine power? Should he refine his divine will or improve his physique? Chunzong made a decision without much thought. He would improve his physique and the immortal body of the universe. As for his divine will, he could still use the ghost-fired jade tempering technique to refine it. After the primordial divine power in the void acupoints was consumed, Chunzong's immortal body of the universe doubled in strength. As the immortal body of the universe doubled in strength, Chunzong was pleasantly surprised to find that the upper limit of the primordial heart force had increased by 10%, and its purity had also increased by 10%. As a result, his strength had increased by another step. However, the primordial heart force had more than doubled in purity, and the immortal body of the universe had doubled in strength. Although it had increased Chunzong's strength, it was actually not much. But then again, when one's strength reached Chunzong's level, a 10% increase was already very difficult, let alone 30% to 40%. 30% to 40% was enough to increase Chunzong's strength significantly. If he was equipped with the ancient godsword armor, the increase would be even more shocking. Sensing his own strength, Chunzong could not help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a carefree smile. Next, I'll open the void acupoints and see how many void acupoints I can bear now, Chunzong thought to himself. He immediately activated the concealment of primordial void to open the second void acupoint. His tyrannical power was gathered and transformed into an invisible giant axe that slashed at the void. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear a series of roars, as if the giant axe was cleaving through a mountain, opening it up continuously. It felt as if the world was being split open. Chunzong was suddenly startled and fell into deep thought. With a thought, the invisible giant axe turned into a sharp sword, and he used the one-mind sword technique to open the void acupoints. With such a transformation, the opening speed was even faster. A quarter of an hour later, the second void acupoint was opened. First, he recovered his strength, then filled the two void acupoints with primordial heart force. Then, Chunzong began to open the third void acupoint. It was much more difficult, and it took him a full 2 hours to open it. Next, he opened the fourth and the fifth void aperture acupoint. After opening the fifth void acupoint, Chunzong began to feel the burden. It was an invisible burden, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Fortunately, The burden was not very strong, and he could continue to open it. This time, it took him a few days to successfully open the sixth void acupoint. After the sixth void acupoint was opened, Chun Zong's body trembled unconsciously, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on him, trying to suppress Chun Zong. He resisted the invisible pressure and adapted bit by bit. I've reached my limit, Chun Zong thought to himself. 6 void acupoints was his current limit. If he did not have the primordial divine power to double the immortal body of the universe, he would only be able to open 5 void acupoints. The difference between opening 5 void acupoints and opening 6 void acupoints was very obvious. If he wanted to continue opening void acupoints, he would have to continue to strengthen the immortal body of the universe. Even if he used all the primordial divine power on the immortal body of the universe, it was still unknown whether he could open the 7th void acupoint. The immortal body of the universe is twice as strong as before, and the primordial heart force is more than twice as strong. The 6 void acupoints have increased the amount of my primordial heart force by 6 times. Chun Zong straightened out and immediately felt that he was extremely powerful. Now that he had fully unleashed his strength, even if he was facing an ultimate devil emperor level powerhouse, he would still be able to contend head-on. It's time to move on to the next step, Chun Zong thought to himself. But before that, I'll try the 1,000 Kills Pagoda again. There were 2 purposes for challenging the 1,000 Kills Pagoda again. One was to verify his current strength, and the other was to see if he could obtain another Ancient Region token and enter the Ancestral Land again. The benefits of entering the Ancestral Land were quite obvious. Whether it was the primordial divine power or the primordial void concealment secret art, both made Chun Zong's strength significantly increase. The first wave of flame demons on the 10th floor of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda barely had the strength of a demon emperor. They were cleanly defeated by Chun Zong, because even if Chun Zong did not equip the ancient God Sword armor, his strength was enough to contend against an ordinary demon emperor powerhouse. The opponent of the second wave was still the Snow White Cheetah. It barely had the strength of a top-tier demon overlord. Armed with the general-level ancient God Sword armor, it suppressed the opponent in all aspects. It defeated the opponent cleanly and displayed extremely powerful strength. For example, Chun Zong's swordsmanship was extremely superb. As long as his strength reached a certain level, it would be a disaster for opponents who were inferior to him in terms of combat skills. Unfortunately, when Chun Zong defeated the cheetah, the bronze door did not appear. In other words, Chun Zong could only stop here. Was it because he had already passed and obtained the reward, so he could not enter a second time? Or was it because he had passed the 1,000 Kills Pagoda and obtained the reward, so the reward was gone? No matter what, in short, it was a pity that he could not obtain the Ancient Region token from this place. Following that, Chun Zong released the news that he had a peak demon bloodline in his hands to sell. The price was 2 heavenly souls. Yes, because 1 heavenly soul was not enough to satisfy Chun Zong. He would use 1 to upgrade the ancient God Sword armor and give the other to Digio to complete the transaction. Boiling. Some time ago, because of the elite demon bloodline, it had just calmed down. Now, because of a peak demon bloodline, it was boiling. Until now, no one had obtained a peak demon bloodline. Although the price was temporarily set at 100 divine yuan, and the devil soul and heavenly soul were also worth 100 divine yuan, there were still people who had obtained the devil soul and heavenly soul, but no one had obtained a peak demon bloodline yet. The major factions of the Ancient Light God Dynasty moved one after another. Even the Sky Heart God Dynasty and Wonkong God Dynasty were alarmed. Chapter 33:11. Top-class Demon Bloodline. The 3 dynasties were in an uproar. The Sky Heart Dynasty was in charge of the Celestial Universe Era Remnant, while the Wonkong Dynasty was in charge of the Giant Universe Era Remnant. Hence, the people from the Sky Heart Dynasty usually fused with the Celestial Bloodline, while the people from the Wonkong Dynasty fused with the Giant Bloodline. The Celestial race, the demon race, and the giant race had no difference in their bloodlines. At least, they had the same ranking, power, and value. The only difference was the power they possessed. If it was a normal bloodline, it wasn't rare. If it was an elite bloodline, it was indeed valuable and precious. However, it wasn't enough to excite the people from the other dynasties. Only the top class and the extreme class bloodline could excite them. Needless to say, it was impossible to obtain a limited class bloodline unless Chunzong entered the Dark Sky Empire again. Only then would he have a slim chance of refining a limited class bloodline. But the chances were slim, not to mention that he could no longer enter the Demonkin Universal Era Fragment Ruins. The top class bloodline was extremely rare. It was the only one. Uproar. First, the Ancient Light Dynasty was in an uproar. Then, the Skyheart Dynasty and the Wankong Dynasty also received the news. Outside the Ancient Light Palace, a man with a long blade on his back and an arrogant face strode into the palace. Then, he came to Chunzong's secret palace. The top-class demon bloodline is in your hands. The arrogant young man with a long saber on his back glanced at them with disdain. His gaze was piercingly cold like the edge of a saber. His tone was arrogant, with a hint of coldness and questioning. "It's in my hands," Chunzong replied with a smile. He didn't care about the other party's attitude. He didn't need to care. "Give it to me," the arrogant young man said directly and stretched out his hand. "What about the two heavenly souls?" Chunzong asked. The other party's attitude wasn't important. The most important thing was to complete the deal. Heavenly soul. The arrogant young man's expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of mockery. "Do you think heavenly souls are cabbages? They're the standard for heavenly venerables. They are extremely valuable. And you want two of them? Suit yourself." Chunzong only replied with 2 words. He didn't want to waste his breath. "You'd better hand over that bloodline." The arrogant young man spoke again. "That's not something you can have. Hand it over. Young Master Mu promises that as long as you hand over the top demon bloodline, you can enter the gate of God to cultivate. You can even follow him." "Who's young Master Mu?" Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little amused. Who was it? Who was it that dared to be so arrogant, daring to ask him to follow him? "You don't even know young Master Mu? You're from the outside world after all. You're so ignorant." Young Master Mu is one of the few transcendent Saint Realm experts in the Divine Dynasty. You're lucky enough to be recognized by him, even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Saint Transcending Stage. Chunzong noticed these 3 words. Based on the names of the cultivation systems of the 3 powerful primeval era fragments of the universe, the 3 god dynasties also extended a corresponding division. Above the Saint Realm was the true Saint Realm, and above the true Saint Realm was the demigod realm. However, some true Saint Realm experts were very powerful, far surpassing other true saints. It was a qualitative difference, but they were not at the demigod realm. It should be like the 3 powerful primeval era fragments of the universe that had a unique division. For example, the Demon King realm of the Demon Tribe was equivalent to the true Saint Realm. However, there was the Demon Emperor realm above the Demon King realm, which was a tyrannical level that could completely crush the Demon King realm. The Heavenly Human Tribe also had a corresponding realm, which was the Heavenly Master realm. Then, in the 3 god dynasties, there was a new division and name above the true Saint realm and below the demigod realm, which was the Saint Transcending Stage. The Saint Transcending Stage was beyond the true Saint realm, but not the demigod realm. Like the Demon Emperor realm or the Heavenly Master realm, there were very few Saint Transcending Stage experts in the 3 god dynasties. As for the Saint Transcending Stage experts outside the 3 god dynasties, there were no Saint Transcending Stage experts. Now, the bloodline of the human tribe was limited. It was not comparable to the Heavenly Human Tribe, the Demon Tribe, and the Giant Tribe. It was difficult to break the limit and advance to the Saint Transcending Stage. Only by integrating a powerful bloodline and obtaining a powerful bloodline power could one break the shackles of their own bloodline and reach a higher level. Chunzong had a pure human tribe bloodline. Under normal circumstances, He could only advance to the limit of the true saint realm. Perhaps he would be stronger than most true saints, but there was a limit to it. However, Chunzong's cultivation way was original and different. This laid a solid foundation for Chunzong to break the shackles of his own cultivation. The bloodline would be an upper limit, but it was not an absolute shackle. If there was a way, one could break the shackles and surpass the bloodline limit. Moreover, in addition to the original cultivation way, Chunzong had also obtained a great opportunity, the ancient god armor refining technique. With this, he could condense the ancient god sword armor. When equipped with the ancient god sword armor, Chunzong's strength would increase greatly. He could break the limit of his own bloodline faster and reach a higher level. There are not many saint transcending stage experts in the three god dynasties. In the entire ancient god dynasty, there were no more than 10 saint transcending stage experts. Each of them was famous. However, although Chunzong knew that there was a saint transcending stage, he did not know who the saint transcending stage experts in the ancient god dynasty were. It sounded like the person called Young Master Mu was one of the few saint transcending stage experts. He was also a saint transcending stage expert in the ancient god sect. Listen carefully. Young Master Mu is the second strongest expert in the ancient god sect, Young Master Mu Qingyang. He is very talented and powerful. It is your fortune to be recognized by Young Master Mu. Don't be ungrateful. The arrogant young man sneered and said in a proud and arrogant tone, "Give me 2 cauldron souls, and the bloodline is yours." Chunzong did not care about what the young man said. When he used his full strength, he was also a saint transcending stage expert. He was one of the stronger ones among the saint transcending stage experts. In that case, there was no need for him to pander to others. If the young man wanted the top demon bloodline, he could give him 2 cauldron souls in exchange. Once the exchange was complete, they would not owe each other anything. The arrogant young man was angry. This person did not know how to appreciate favors. Did he want to drink a forfeit? Chunzong ignored him and reactivated the seal of the secret palace, isolating the young man outside. Bastard! The arrogant young man was furious. As a follower of a saint transcending stage expert and a disciple of the ancient god sect, he was born and grew up in the ancient god dynasty. He naturally felt superior to those who came from the outside world. Otherwise, he would not have spoken to Chunzong in such a tone. In his anger, the arrogant young man did not care where he was. In fact, he knew where he was. It was just the ancient light palace. Although it was one of the 7 major forces in the ancient god dynasty, it was ranked 7th, which was at the bottom. To some extent, it was just a stopgap. It was not really recognized by the ancient god sect and the other major forces. He drew his blade and instantly condensed an extremely tyrannical force. The blade light was dazzling as it slashed down like a bolt of lightning, mercilessly striking the seal of the secret palace. The might it displayed had actually reached the level of a peak demon king. The seal of the ancient illumination palace wasn't weak. It could block the full power attack of a top-tier true Saint Realm expert. It could even block the full power attack of someone on the chaotic real ranking. However, it couldn't block the attack of a top-tier demon king. If a top demon king's power was on the real chaotic ranking, it would definitely be in the top 3. The sword slashed down like a thunderclap. It instantly broke the seal of the secret palace. The terrifying sword light carried the power to destroy everything and slashed into the secret palace. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out, and the blade light was instantly shattered. In the next moment, a wisp of sword aura shot out from the secret hall and slashed at the arrogant young man like a hot knife through butter, instantly severing his body. However, the sword aura did not penetrate his body. Instead, it sank into his body and wreaked havoc. The sword chi disappeared, and the arrogant young man's indestructible body recovered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? In that instant, he felt like he had almost died. It was as if he had 1 foot in the abyss of death. That indescribable feeling of horror still filled his body and soul. Too powerful. The power of that sword chi was too strong. It was hard to imagine that a person from the outside world could have such strength. He did not dare to say anything more. He did not even dare to look Shinzong in the eye. The arrogant young man was like a stray dog that fled in panic with its tail between its legs. He used all his speed to escape. He was afraid that Shinzong would change his mind and attack him again. He would not be able to withstand it and would be killed immediately. As for what kind of punishment Shinzong would receive after he was killed, that was another matter. In any case, he had to stay alive first. Shinzong was slightly stunned when he saw the arrogant young man flee so quickly. His desire to live was very strong. However, Shinzong did not intend to kill him. For one thing, he was not that murderous. For another, this was the ancient god dynasty. It was not appropriate to kill. Shinzong did not pay any more attention to this matter. He continued to comprehend the sword technique while waiting for the deal to come. Who would be able to take out 2 heavenly souls to exchange for the top-notch demon bloodline? Perhaps it would be very difficult, but Shinzong would not back down because of this. Just 1 heavenly soul was not enough. The arrogant young man fled in panic like a stray dog. He appeared in front of a young man with long blue hair. The young man's eyes were slightly closed. There seemed to be a wisp of blue light flowing in his eyes. Mu Qingyang. He was one of the few transcending Saint Realm experts in the ancient god dynasty. He was the second strongest person in the ancient god sect. His aura was restrained and unfathomable. Standing in front of Mu Qingyang, the arrogant young man did not have the slightest arrogance. Instead, he looked submissive. Take the bloodline. Mu Qingyang did not open his eyes. He spoke at a neither fast nor slow speed. There was a slight disdain and an indescribable sense of superiority. Young Master Mu, that person did not know what was good for him. He did not want to hand over the bloodline. Even if I said that the bloodline was to be given to you, you would still give him a chance to follow you. The young man immediately recounted the matter. He did not forget to embellish some details. He described the other party as arrogant and ignorant. Chapter 33:12. The 9 Palaces Imperial Palace was the first tower of the ancient god dynasty. It was suspended thousands of meters above the ground of the ancient god dynasty, surrounded by white clouds, as if one was in a fairyland. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace. Young Master Mu, that guy is arrogant and ignorant. Is it necessary to treat him like this? The young man with a knife asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Mu Qingyang did not respond, or rather ignored him. The young man with a knife only said a few words and did not dare to say more. He was just a follower. After a while, a figure stepped into the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace and revealed himself. It was Chunzong. Mu Qingyang had arranged to meet with Chunzong in the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace. It was not easy to enter the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace. It was a symbol of status. One had to either have a high enough status or be a supreme expert. Otherwise, one had to spend divine origin energy. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 divine origin energy. The vast majority of people found it difficult to obtain divine origin energy, let alone use it in the 9 palaces. After all, the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace was not a place for cultivation. It was just a restaurant. It was a special kind of restaurant among all the restaurants, nothing more. Mu Qingyang was a transcendent saint expert, so he was naturally qualified to enter the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace, and also qualified to invite others, but there was a limit to the number of people. Chunzong thought about it and decided to attend the banquet with a transcendent saint expert. On one hand, he was curious about the transcendent saint expert of the ancient god dynasty, and, on the other hand, he hoped to complete the transaction and get 2 heavenly souls. Please sit. Mu Qingyang opened his slightly closed eyes, and there was a touch of green light, like rippling water. Chunzong sat across from Mu Qingyang, separated by a table. As for the youth with the blade on his back, his face was filled with displeasure, but Chunzong completely ignored him. Young Master Mu asked me to come. If you have something to say, just say it, Chunzong said bluntly. You. The young man with a knife saw that Chunzong was so direct and unreasonable, and suddenly became angry. I also like to do things cleanly. Mu Qingyang opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, "Did you bring your top-level Demon Dweller bloodline? Can I take a look?" Chunzong smiled and immediately took out the bloodline. The bloodline of the Tree of Eternal Darkness. Mu Qingyang stared at the ball of blood in Chunzong's hand. It looked like a tree, a dark and ferocious tree. It contained a trace of indescribable, pure, and mysterious aura. Mu Qingyang could clearly feel that a trace of excitement unconsciously emerged in the depths of his eyes. In an instant, Mu Qingyang reached out and grabbed at the bloodline of the eternal tree of darkness in Chunzong's hand, trying to grab it. But Mu Qingyang's grab missed. He saw a sneer on Chunzong's face. "Take a look?" Chunzong was not willing to do that. Otherwise, it was very likely that the other party would take it away directly. Once the other party took it away, it would not be so easy to get it back. At that time, there would be no evidence, and the theory would not be clear. In short, there would be a lot of trouble. Trust the other party's character? No, they were complete strangers. So how could they trust him? Even people who knew each other, or even brothers and father and son, could turn against each other because of certain interests, let alone strangers. This is the top demon bloodline, the Tree of Eternal Darkness. If you want this bloodline, exchange it with 2 heavenly souls. Chunzong said directly. The value of 2 heavenly souls? It's far better than this bloodline. Mu Qingyang's expression returned to normal as he said in a neither fast nor slow manner. His dull tone contained an indescribable pressure. "How about this? I'll buy the top demon bloodline in your hand for 70 heavenly souls." Mu Qingyang continued, "Although the value of the top bloodline is 100 heavenly souls, it's still unknown whether it can be sold for 100 heavenly souls. It seems that we can't come to an agreement. Goodbye." Chunzong directly stood up, not wanting to talk nonsense with Mu Qingyang. Perhaps it was unrealistic to use the top demon bloodline in exchange for 2 heavenly souls. Chunzong also knew that the value of a heavenly soul was very high. It would be more appropriate to exchange it for 1. But the problem was that 1 heavenly soul was not enough for him. He needed at least 2, and he had to have 2. Sometimes, the value of an item was relative. If you really needed something, you might buy it at a premium. 2 heavenly souls in exchange for a top demon bloodline was a premium. Chunzong deliberately spread the news in order to wait, waiting for someone with a premium to appear. If it was only 1 heavenly soul, it might be easier to exchange for it. But what about the other heavenly soul? Mu Qingyang was obviously planning to use a small amount to fight against a big one. He wanted to use a low price to obtain the Tree of Eternal Darkness bloodline in his hand. 70 heavenly souls was indeed not low and could be considered a shocking amount of wealth. But one had to know that in the valuation of the Divine Gate, a top demon bloodline was worth 100 heavenly souls. It was not impossible for it to exceed 100 heavenly souls in an auction. Wanting to buy a top demon bloodline with a mere 70 heavenly souls was just a dream. Getting up, Chunzong did not hesitate to turn around and walk out of the 9 Palace Tower. Outside the 9 Palace Tower, he was thousands of meters high in the sky. Endless white clouds drifted, forming a vast sea of clouds. It was very spectacular. Wait! When Chunzong stepped out of the sea of clouds and was about to leave, Mu Qingyang chased after him. His tyrannical aura immediately locked onto Chunzong, and his voice was somewhat cold. Mu Qingyang's eyes flashed with a wisp of green light. The green light was like autumn water emitting a burst of coldness. The youth with a blade on his back also chased after him. He quickly went around Chunzong and appeared on the other side of Chunzong. He pulled out his long blade and looked vigilant. He stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to block Chunzong's path. "Hand over young Master Mu's top bloodline," the arrogant youth said. His words directly reversed black and white. He said that Chunzong's top demon bloodline was Mu Qingyang's, and now he wanted Chunzong to hand over the bloodline. Chunzong glanced at Mu Qingyang and found that Mu Qingyang's expression did not change, as if it was a matter of course. It seemed that what he said was true, and he could not help but smile. Wealth moved people's hearts, and even Transcendent Saint Realm experts were no exception. In fact, if this bloodline was useful to demigods, then Chunzong believed that demigods would also take action. It just so happened that he wanted to test the strength of the Transcendent Saint Realm experts in the Divine Dynasty, or rather, their methods. The bloodline of the Eternal Dark Tree is here. If you want it, then come and get it. Chunzong opened his left hand, and the bloodline of the Eternal Dark Tree appeared again. There was a faint smile on his face as he stared at Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang stared at the bloodline of the Eternal Dark Tree in Chunzong's hand, and his eyes immediately emitted an amazing brilliance. With a bang, Mu Qingyang's long hair danced wildly, as if there was a roaring wind, and a roar resounded through the world. His subordinates saw Mu Qingyang erupting and immediately retreated far away. Strong, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Mu Qingyang's body, and a hurricane roared in all directions. Bloodline awakening. Mu Qingyang had entered the demon realm before. In the ruins of the Universe Era, he obtained the elite demon bloodline in the Great Dark Sky Empire. Now that more than 100 years had passed, not only did he completely control the bloodline, but he also broke the shackles from the elite level to the top level. As a result, his strength also broke the limit. In the case of awakening the power of the bloodline, Mu Qingyang was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert. His long hair turned green, and there was a layer of dark flowing light in the green, constantly flickering and exuding an incomparably astonishing aura. The aura was violent like the wind, and also gloomy like the darkness. Dark Storm. The bloodline that Mu Qingyang obtained from the Great Dark Sky Empire was the Dark Storm Demon bloodline. In essence, it was not as good as the Eternal Dark Tree bloodline, but it was still a powerful bloodline. Allowing Mu Qingyang to constantly erupt with tyrannical aura, Chunzong stared at him with interest. This was the first time he had faced a Transcendent Saint Realm expert of the human clan. As for the martial god lord before, his strength was limited. Even if he activated his own demon bloodline, his strength would only be equivalent to the top-level Demon King realm. It was impossible to break the shackles and reach the Transcendent Saint realm, which was equivalent to the Demon Emperor realm. After Mu Qingyang activated the Dark Storm bloodline, his eyes flashed with green and black flowing light. He stared directly at Chunzong, and a sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He did not move, but his figure disappeared in an instant. Fast. The speed was extremely fast. The moment he saw the other party disappear, Chunzong's heart trembled unconsciously, but it was difficult to catch the other party's figure. In just an instant, just as he was surprised, there was a terrible wind coming from behind, directly attacking Chunzong's back without mercy. Too fast. That speed was beyond Chunzong's reaction. Chunzong barely moved his body sideways, but it was difficult for him to completely avoid it. Suddenly, a terrible attack hit his shoulder blade. There was a cracking sound, and even the strengthened Immortal Universe body could not withstand the terrible power of this attack. If it was the bloodline body, then this attack would be enough to injure Chunzong badly. But under the Immortal Universe body, the immemorial heart force was consumed, and the injury to his shoulder blade immediately healed. With the power of that attack, Chunzong rushed forward, and at the same time, he turned around and drew his sword. The heavenly sword slashed across the sea of clouds, like a crescent moon across the sky, and slashed behind him, aiming at Mu Qingyang. It was a dark storm with a little bit of blue light, as dazzling as the stars. The sword light slashed, but it missed. The dark storm in front of him quickly moved away, drawing a strange arc, and once again attacked Chunzong. It was still so fast, unbelievably fast. This speed had already surpassed the ordinary Demon Emperor level, and was close to the top Demon Emperor level. It was indeed very strong. Chunzong immediately understood that with his normal strength, it was not enough to contend with the other party. It was very likely that he would be restrained by the other party's extremely fast speed and eventually be defeated. When the speed reached a certain level, it was enough to run rampant in all directions. Moreover, In addition to Mu Qingyang's amazing speed, the attack power that he could burst out was also extremely tyrannical. Armed. The ancient godsword armor covered his whole body, and Chunzong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His strength directly broke the original limit and rose to an astonishing level. This was one of the purposes of Chunzong's invitation. If the deal could not be completed, and the other party tried to use force, then he would show his strength and let the world know his strength so that they would not dare to have any ideas. Chapter 33:13. Thousands of meters high in the sky, endless clouds drifted, turning into a sea of clouds. The young man with a saber on his back stared from afar and couldn't help but clench his fists. Young Master Mu, teach him a lesson and let him know your power. Mu Qingyang completely activated the power of his demon bloodline, turning into a dark storm that swept across the sky, vast and boundless. His speed was incomparably fast, and ordinary demon emperors couldn't match him. He barely reached the level of a peak demon emperor, and was comparable to the snow-white cheetah on the 10th floor of the ancient Illumination Palace's Thousand Kills Pagoda. Chunzong's current conventional combat strength, when he reached the level of an ordinary demon emperor, was not as good as Mu Qingyang, but after equipping the ancient divine sword armor, it was different. After equipping the ancient divine sword armor, everything was different. His strength, speed, and defense were enhanced, and his tyrannical perception was pushed to the extreme, and he could already capture Mu Qingyang's figure and trajectory. When Chunzong could capture Mu Qingyang's trajectory, it meant that Mu Qingyang's astonishing speed was much less of a threat to Chunzong. What's more, Chunzong's defense had increased by 6 times. Even if he didn't move or dodge and allowed Mu Qingyang to attack, he would only be slightly injured at most. This was the astonishing defensive power of the universe's indestructible body after being strengthened time and time again. Mu Qingyang also noticed the change in Chunzong's aura, and his expression turned solemn. In his view, Chunzong should have activated the power of his bloodline or some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. The storm of darkness shook and immediately split into 9. They erupted with astonishing speed and attacked from all directions. Every storm of darkness was extremely fast and contained an extremely frightening power. They smashed toward Yi Shiwen in an unstoppable manner. Under Chunzong's extremely sharp perception, Mu Qingyang's 9 figures were all real, without the slightest bit of illusion. The 9 figures surrounded him in all directions, directly blocking all his dodging and instantly killing him. The corners of Chunzong's mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile hung on his face. Mu Qingyang's method was indeed good, but it was still not enough. He swung his sword, performing the one-mind sword technique. The sword light turned into 9 streams of sword light and instantly pierced through the air, shooting toward the 9 dark storms. It was as if there were 9 peerless swordsmen performing supreme sword techniques at the same time. Within the one-mind sword technique, there was a terrifying divine will attack. It was the slaughter supremacy, and it directly attacked Mu Qingyang's divine will. As Mu Qingyang's divine will fluctuated, he vaguely felt as if he was about to fall into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. This feeling made Mu Qingyang's expression change. What a powerful divine will attack. Furthermore, it was a killing intent attack. It was actually able to shake his divine will. This was simply unbelievable. Under the one-mind sword technique, Mu Qingyang was clearly threatened. 8 of the 9 figures instantly rushed towards Chunzong in a suicidal manner, and then exploded. Boom, boom, boom. There were 8 consecutive violent explosions, and the terrifying explosions resounded in all directions, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and the sea of clouds within a radius of a few thousand meters was completely shattered. In the distance, within the dark storm, Mu Qingyang's eyes were cold. Black light covered his pupils, and there was a green light flickering in the depths. The power of his shadow clone technique was tyrannical, and when it exploded, it was even more terrifying. Although it consumed a lot of energy, after each shadow exploded, it was equivalent to his full strength attack. 8 consecutive shadows exploded, which was equivalent to his full strength attack 8 times. Under such a tyrannical attack, the opponent would definitely not be able to withstand it and would definitely be severely injured. When the violent explosion gradually dissipated, Mu Qingyang suddenly stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? That figure was actually unscathed. Facing the explosion of his 8 shadows, he was actually unscathed. This was simply unbelievable. Good power. Chunzong opened his mouth, and his light voice suddenly came out from under the helmet and into Mu Qingyang's ears. Immediately, Mu Qingyang's eyes were filled with a sword light. The sword light was so dazzling, and as soon as it appeared, all directions were plunged into darkness, as if they were being swallowed up. The darkness was incomparably deep, and it instantly spread in all directions, as if they had fallen into a dark void. Only a sword light suddenly appeared, bringing with it an incomparably shocking sharpness. His hair stood on end. Mu Qingyang suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately exploded with extreme speed, quickly dodging. However, after Qinzong equipped the ancient god sword armor, the speed of his sword increased by 6 times. The sword speed of the Divine Firmament's secret sword was originally not slow, and Mu Qingyang was still unable to completely avoid this sword. The sword strike directly cut through the dark storm, and in an instant, it cut through the dark storm like a hot knife through butter. Even Mu Qingyang, who was inside the dark storm, could not avoid being cut, and his tyrannical, indestructible body was immediately cut apart. Under the attack of the sword Qi, Mu Qingyang had to expend a lot of cultivation to recover. Fear, panic. Mu Qingyang had never imagined that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Even the strongest person in the Divine Gate was not so strong. The strongest person in the Divine Gate was also the strongest person in the ancient god dynasty. He was invincible below the demigod realm, but even he could not defeat him with such a sword strike and make him unable to resist. He dared not imagine what kind of strength this person had. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyang directly fled downwards at full speed. Like a gust of wind, he disappeared into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. The proud look on the young man's face completely froze, and it was replaced by a look of confusion. He felt as if his brain had been trampled by an ancient mammoth, and he had no idea what to do at all. Young Master Mu was a powerful expert, and he was one of the few transcending Saint Realm experts in the Divine Firmament dynasty. There were less than 10 transcending Saint Realm experts in the entire ancient god dynasty, and young Master Mu was one of them. Although he was not the strongest transcending Saint Realm expert, as long as he was a transcending Saint Realm expert, his strength must be extraordinary, and he could crush all true saints. But now, young Master Mu had escaped. What had happened? Chunzong did not chase after Mu Qingyang. The power of the sword was enough to let Mu Qingyang know his strength, and it was equivalent to showing his strength to the world, letting them know that he was not to be trifled with. If not for the demigods, no one would be able to compete with him. The news of Mu Qingyang's defeat swept through the world like a storm, and the person who had defeated him was an outer disciple of the ancient god temple, Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong, who also had the top demonic bloodline. Transcending Saint Realm. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong was also a transcending Saint Realm expert, and he was even more powerful than Mu Qingyang. It was sensational. Transcending Saint Realm experts were extremely rare, and each of them was the best in the world. Many people who wanted to use other means to get the top demonic bloodline in Chunzong's hands gave up the idea. A transcending Saint Realm expert who could defeat Mu Qingyang. Unless a demigod took action, no one could do anything to him. However, would a demigod take action because of this? It was not worthwhile, and they could not afford to lose face. It felt like a group of children fighting for a toy, and if an adult interfered, The other adults would feel embarrassed, and the situation was even more serious for a demigod. Even if it was for a descendant that they valued, a demigod would not casually take action and would at least exchange for something of equal value. After Qinzong returned to the ancient illumination palace, he quietly waited for the transaction to come. It was not impossible to wait for a few more years. While waiting, Qinzong continued to comprehend swordsmanship in the secret palace, trying his best to improve his swordsmanship to a higher level. There was no limit to the sword. This was Qinzong's understanding. Perhaps there was a limit to one's cultivation, but there was no limit to one's sword skills. As long as one was willing to put in the effort, one could continue to comprehend and improve his sword skills. Even if the improvement was slower, one would not reach the limit and could not improve anymore. In the meantime, Qinzong waited for an unexpected person to arrive. Xiaocheng. He was a transcendent saint expert from the Heaven-Heart dynasty. When he arrived, Qinzong immediately received him. After all, before the entrance of ancient region, Xiaocheng had told Qinzong some things about the ancestral land, so that Qinzong could be more prepared. More or less, it was a favor. Brother Chun, the reason I'm here is because of the top-grade demonic bloodline in your hands, Xiaocheng said with a smile. Brother Xiaocheng, do you have 2 heavenly souls? Qinzong asked. It was Qinzong's decision to exchange the peak eternal darkness bloodline for 2 heavenly souls. I don't. Xiaocheng shook his head. Of course, there was a favor, but a favor was a favor, and Qinzong was willing to repay it, but not in this way, or at this time. Heavenly souls were too important to him. Brother Chun, although I do not have 2 heavenly souls, I can provide you with 1 chance to obtain a heavenly soul. How many heavenly souls you can obtain in the end will depend on your own ability, Xiaocheng said with a faint smile on his face. Qinzong couldn't help but stare at Xiaocheng, waiting for him to continue. What chance? Could it be, according to what I know, the celestial epic fragment will open in 3 years, and I can get slot? Xiaocheng smiled. Xiaocheng was the strongest expert in the Heaven-Heart dynasty, the strongest expert below the demigod realm, a transcendent saint expert equivalent to a peak demon emperor. With Xiaocheng's status, it wasn't difficult for him to give slot. Hearing Xiaocheng's words, Qinzong's eyes lit up. Yes, if he couldn't get 2 heavenly souls, he could enter the celestial epic fragment and obtain them personally. However, he belonged to the ancient mirror god dynasty, and the celestial epic fragment belonged to the Heaven-Heart dynasty. It was extremely difficult to get a slot, and Qinzong had no way out, so he had to exchange the bloodline of the eternal dark tree for 2 heavenly souls. Qinzong knew that the value was actually not equal. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the celestial epic fragment and obtain heavenly souls. He might even be able to get 3 or more heavenly souls. However, Qinzong didn't agree directly, but replied to Xiaocheng that he needed some time to consider. Brother Chun, you can consider it, but I hope you can give me an accurate answer within a year, Xiaocheng said seriously. Okay. Qinzong nodded and responded seriously. Xiaocheng took his leave, but Qinzong already had an intention. He just wanted to wait and see if anyone would exchange 2 heavenly souls with him. Chapter 33:14. The sky was blue and the sun hung high in the sky, emitting a strong light that illuminated the land and all living things. An indescribably hot, holy aura spread out in all directions, filling the endless air, making people feel a burst of warmth when they breathed. If the sky in the world of the demonic universe era fragment was dark and the aura was cold, then it was the opposite here. Celestial Universe Era Fragment. In the end, Qinzong did not wait for anyone to take out 2 heavenly souls to exchange for the eternal dark tree bloodline. The highest bid was 1 heavenly soul. 1 heavenly soul in exchange for a top-notch demonic race bloodline. The value was actually equal. However, Qinzong chose to exchange with Xiaocheng in the end. using the eternal dark tree bloodline in exchange for a place to enter the celestial universe era fragment would not allow him to obtain a heavenly soul directly. He might not even be able to obtain a heavenly soul, but it was the only way to obtain more heavenly souls. Chunzong believed in his strength. With his strength, he should be able to obtain a heavenly soul. Fortunately, Chunzong did not integrate the demonic race bloodline. Otherwise, he might not be able to move an inch in the celestial universe era fragment. After all, the demonic race bloodline and the celestial race bloodline had opposite characteristics. Even if there was a disguise, it could not be completely disguised. Regarding this, Xiaoqing told Chunzong very clearly. He thought that Chunzong had integrated the demonic race bloodline. After refining the light soul essence, Chunzong disguised himself as a member of the celestial race and entered the celestial universe era fragment with the other origin race members who had obtained a place. A person from the ancient reflection god dynasty had to enter the celestial universe era fragment that was under the control of the sky heart god dynasty. No matter what, it would make people unhappy. However, this quota was valid. It was given by the strongest expert under the demigod realm in the sky heart god dynasty. Unless a demigod spoke, no one could deny it. No one invited Chunzong to move together, and Chunzong did not plan to move with the others. This was because the origin race members who entered together were all true saints. None of them were transcending saints. The world discovered by the Heaven Heart God Dynasty in the Celestial Universe epic fragment was called the Divine Radiance Dynasty. It was also a world where demigods did not appear. The ranks of the heavenly human tribe were divided into heavenly soldier, heavenly brave, heavenly general, heavenly monarch, heavenly venerable, and heavenly god. A heavenly lord was equivalent to a demon lord, and a heavenly king was equivalent to a demon king. It was equivalent to a peak true sage or even an extreme true sage. As for Empyreans, they were equivalent to demon emperors and transcendent saints. Before Chunzong entered, Xiaocheng had naturally told Chunzong a lot of information about the Divine Radiance Dynasty. The Divine Radiance Dynasty did not exist in the form of a tribe like the demon tribe's Great Black Sky Empire. Instead, it consisted of many cities. Every city had a city lord and so on. Every city lord was an official of the dynasty and was appointed by the dynasty. Of course, in order to become a city lord, one must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would not be enough to convince the masses. Like the demon tribe, the heavenly human tribe was also very particular about bloodlines. Without a strong enough bloodline, it would not be so easy to become a strong person. It might even be impossible. However, if one had a strong enough bloodline, the difficulty of becoming a strong person would be greatly reduced. In the Divine Radiance Dynasty, the Divine Radiance Imperial family was the leader. The Divine Radiance Emperor was an extreme heavenly venerable. He was the strongest among the extreme heavenly venerables. He had a heavenly divine artifact and was extremely powerful. Chunzong acted alone and directly entered city. With the disguise of the light spirit essence, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. After all, he did not have the demon tribe bloodline. According to his experience in the Great Black Sky Empire, it would not be so easy for his identity to be exposed. Moreover, his current strength had completely surpassed that of when he had first entered the Great Black Sky Empire. It was many times more powerful. It was like heaven and earth. This time, Chunzong did not plan to take things slowly like when he had first entered the Great Black Sky Empire. Instead, he planned to sweep through with lightning speed and obtain the heavenly souls as quickly as possible. I will first obtain the first heavenly soul and use the ancient god armor refining technique to refine it and increase the power of the ancient god sword armor. With greater strength, it will be easier for me to obtain the second heavenly soul, Chunzong thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. After entering the city, he began to gather information about the strong people, especially the heavenly venerables. According to his speculation, there should be more heavenly venerables in the Divine Radiance Dynasty than the Great Black Sky Empire. although the bloodlines of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were on par. After all, the heavenly human tribe was in the universe epic after the ancient god universe epic, while the demon tribe was in the universe epic after the heavenly human tribe. In the end, there's still some difference. Heavenly venerables were also divided into ordinary, top, and extreme. I'll find an ordinary heavenly venerables to kill first, Chunzong said to himself. It would be easier for him to kill an ordinary heavenly venerables if he went all out. As long as he acted quickly and stealthily enough, it would not cause any big waves in a short period of time. Of course, if he could purchase a heavenly soul, he would buy it immediately. Although Chunzong was confident in his own strength, he was still somewhat fearful of a place like the Divine Radiance Dynasty. Just because the sky gods did not appear did not mean that there were no sky gods. They were peerless fighters equivalent to the demigod realm. Once they attacked, he would be in danger. Unfortunately, Chunzong did his best to gather information, but did not find a way to purchase a heavenly soul. In fact, someone would not sell a treasure like a heavenly venerate even if they obtained it. It was equivalent to the inheritance of a heavenly venerate. Such an inheritance meant that after obtaining it, one would have a high chance of becoming a heavenly venerate. Who would be willing to sell it? Then, it's you, heavenly venerate Long River. Chunzong chose his target. His eyes flickered continuously as he immediately searched for all kinds of information about heavenly venerate Long River to find traces of him. After all, heavenly venerate fighters stood at the peak. Some were in seclusion and were difficult to find. Some were even missing. However, after repeated efforts by Chunzong, he finally found the place where heavenly venerate Long River was in seclusion after spending a lot of time. The flowing light river's water was turbulent and surging. Above the waves, there were layers of light that were overflowing with color. As the river flowed endlessly, it gave people the feeling that the river was glowing. Especially at night, the flowing light river shone even more brilliantly under the night sky. From afar, it looked like a band of light was dancing. It also looked like a light dragon was meandering on the ground. When Chunzong arrived at the flowing light river, it was daytime. As he looked at the surging river water, the light above it was very dazzling. This river was thousands of meters wide, and the water flowed rapidly, bringing with it waves of deafening roars. Chunzong was amazed by the river water, but did not pay too much attention to it. The purpose of coming here was not to look at the scenery. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was useless. Heavenly venerate Long River was in seclusion at the bottom of the flowing light river. However, which section was it located at? The flowing light river was thousands of meters wide. As for its length, it was even more astonishing. It was thousands of miles long. Chunzong stood on the flowing light river and immediately spread out his mixed yuan heart force to search quickly. With each step, he crossed thousands of meters. With each step, the surging waves of the river water churned. However, they could not splash onto Chunzong at all. Even though the flowing light river was thousands of miles long, Chunzong could cross 20 miles with each step. 10 steps would be 200 miles, and 100 steps would be 2,000 miles. It was not too difficult to search it. Mixed yuan heart force penetrated the bottom of the river. The shallowest parts were tens of meters deep, while the deepest parts were thousands of meters deep. After searching continuously, Chunzong finally found an underwater mansion at the deepest part of the flowing light river. The underwater mansion was not big. Its surface was covered with a layer of faint fluorescent light. As the fluorescent light fluctuated slightly, it immediately isolated the water pressure. Not a single drop of water could enter it. Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force was also isolated outside. Is heavenly venerate Long River inside? Chunzong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At the same time, his body sank. In the blink of an eye, he entered the flowing light river and approached the underwater mansion. The underwater mansion was definitely at the deepest part of the flowing light river. It was more than 1,000 meters deep. The deeper he went, the more astonishing the water pressure was. It was even more astonishing than the water pressure of an ordinary river. However, it did not affect Chunzong much. Chunzong restrained his aura and approached the underwater mansion. Then, he equipped the ancient divine sword armor and tried to conceal his aura as much as possible. If the underwater mansion was indeed the place where Heavenly Venerate Long River was cultivating in seclusion, then he would try his best not to alarm him and end the battle quickly. Chunzong unsheathed his sword, condensing an incomparably shocking amount of energy as he directly pierced through the layer of energy surrounding the underwater residence. Next, he sliced open a crack, and Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force instantly entered, locking onto one of the figures within. The figure was cultivating in seclusion. There were traces of luminous aura lingering around him like flowing water. Under Chunzong's extremely sharp senses, each of the luminous aura contained a tyrannical fluctuation that faintly surpassed the Demon Lord level and reached the Demon Overlord level. Even if this person was not Heavenly Venerate Long River, he was still a Heavenly Venerate level expert. As long as he was a Heavenly Venerate level expert. As a Heavenly Venerate level expert, this person also seemed to have sensed that the underwater mansion's defense was being torn apart and a trace of danger was approaching. He immediately broke out of his seclusion, and his tyrannical aura also erupted in an instant. The subtle aura that was originally surrounding him suddenly surged, as if it had transformed into dragons that were circling around and destroying everything. At the same time, a sword light seemed to have pierced through space and time to kill. The sword was merciless and only wanted to take a life. Divine Firmament. It was an extremely sharp sword that seized all the light. Darkness suddenly descended, and only that peerlessly sharp sword light pierced through the air. The sound it made was faint, and it cut through the sky, directly slicing the void apart, as if it was an understatement. His hair stood on end. An extremely terrifying and fatal sense of danger swept over and covered his entire body. It directly rushed into the depths of his heart and body, causing Heavenly Venerate Long River to be extremely frightened. Who was it? Who on earth had actually infiltrated his underwater mansion to attack him? The tyrannical power of this sword actually caused him to tremble and feel the shadow of death looming over him. This person was definitely stronger than him. Who on earth was this Heavenly Venerate level expert that wanted to kill him? There was no time to think. Heavenly Venerate Long River immediately unleashed his full strength without any hesitation or reservation. Chapter 33:15. In Heavenly Venerable Long River's underwater residence, Chunzong sheathed his sword. There was a corpse at his feet. It was Heavenly Venerable Long River's corpse. Although Heavenly Venerable Long River was a Heavenly Venerable, he was only a normal Heavenly Venerable. He had been cultivating in seclusion for many years, so his strength was limited. Once his strength reached the Heavenly Venerable level, it would be even more difficult to improve further. Most Heavenly Venerables were like this. Only a few Heavenly Venerables could significantly improve their strength. For example, Chunzong, who was armed with the general-level ancient divine sword armor, had strength that was close to the peak of the Demon Emperor level, which was also the peak of the Heavenly Venerable level. Moreover, he had made a calculated move. The Divine Firmament Secret Sword Ultimate Kill brought with it an endless sharpness that was unstoppable. It directly shattered Heavenly Venerable Long River's explosive means and his tyrannical bloodline body. Suppress. Although he could not kill Heavenly Venerable Long River with one strike, he was still able to suppress him. After a few more strikes, Heavenly Venerable Long River's cultivation power was depleted and he was killed. It could be said that if Chunzong had not obtained the Blood Sword Art, it would not have been so easy to kill Heavenly Venerable Long River even with his current strength. After obtaining the Blood Sword Art, he had integrated his Divine Intent attack into it to suppress Heavenly Venerable Long River to a greater extent, preventing him from escaping and then killing him. Now, Chunzong had obtained Heavenly Venerable Long River's Heavenly Soul. The heavenly soul was about the size of a baby's fist. It was completely white, and there seemed to be dense light flowing inside it. It gave off an indescribable, lofty, and sacred aura. The demon overlord race was born with the power of darkness. The most basic power contained in their bloodline was the power of darkness. Other powers were secondary. Meanwhile, the heavenly human race was born with the power of light. Heavenly Venerable Long River's heavenly soul was the condensation of the essence of his bloodline and power. It was the power of light heavenly water. Heavenly Venerables could no longer refine their bloodline because they had already condensed the essence of their bloodline and power into a heavenly soul. Only heavenly king-level powerhouses could refine their bloodline. Let's begin. Chunzong stared at the heavenly soul in his hand and sensed the profound aura fluctuations within it. His eyes involuntarily shone brightly, and he was extremely happy. Refine. First, he would refine it with the ancient god armor refining technique to increase the power of the ancient god sword armor and further increase his own strength. Then he would continue. As for hunting heavenly venerable rank powerhouses, Chunzong did not have any psychological burden since they were strangers. This was the heavenly human tribe, not the human tribe. Moreover, this was not the chaos multiverse, so things were different. Under the activation of the ancient god armor technique, a mysterious power suddenly filled the air. It spread into the cauldron in his hand. Immediately, a trace of extremely pure power was absorbed from the cauldron and integrated into the ancient god sword armor. The ancient god sword armor glowed slightly, and its aura changed little by little. The aura became stronger and more mysterious. The patterns on the ancient god sword armor also changed. Ripple. A strong aura spread out from the ancient god sword armor, and the power of the cauldron was being consumed. After a while, the power of the cauldron in Chunzong's hand was completely consumed. What's going on? Chunzong was stunned. After the ancient god sword armor devoured all the power of the cauldron, it did not upgrade. It was still at the general level. After carefully sensing and observing it, Chunzong found that the patterns on the ancient god sword armor were brighter and brighter. It constantly emitted a shocking aura fluctuation. It was stronger than before. It was much stronger, but it still did not upgrade. Is it because the power of the cauldron is not enough? Chunzong frowned slightly and guessed. It seemed to be the case. The power of one cauldron was not enough to upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the general level to the king level. Then, he could only try to get another cauldron. Fortunately, I used the bloodline of the eternal darkness tree to exchange for a place to enter the celestial epic fragment of the celestial universe. Chunzong thought to himself, if someone really used 2 cauldrons to exchange with him, what would he do when he found that one cauldron was not enough to upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the general level to the king level? Would he use the second cauldron, or would he give it to Digio? Whether he used it himself or gave it to Digio, he had to find a way to get the third cauldron. It seemed that exchanging the bloodline of the eternal dark tree for a slot to enter the Devi universe epic relic world was still a good deal. He quickly put away heavenly venerable Long River's storage divine item. The things inside were useless to him, but he could sell them. They were still worth a lot. He looked for the second heavenly venerable. After spending a lot of time and money, Chunzong found out where the second heavenly venerable was. Divine Light Heavenly Venerable. This was a top-level heavenly venerable. He was very powerful. There was news that he had appeared at the Heavenly Drum Mountain not long ago. The Heavenly Drum Mountain was 5,000 meters tall. There was little vegetation on the mountain, and it was all grayish-white rocks. When a strong wind blew past, the mountain would make thumping sounds like the beating of heavenly drums. That was why it was called the Heavenly Drum Mountain. The Heavenly Drum Mountain was considered a wonder in the Divine Radiance dynasty. It often attracted many people. It was said that the sound of the wind drums on the Heavenly Drum Mountain was helpful for cultivation and comprehension. Some people had gained something from listening to the sound of the drums. They broke through their cultivation or comprehended some kind of superb technique. This made the Heavenly Drum Mountain even more famous in the dynasty. Often, cultivators would come from all directions just to listen to the sound of the wind drums. However, the sound of the wind drums on the Heavenly Drum Mountain did not sound all the time. There is usually a gap between 1 month and 3 months. The duration of each sound was not fixed. It could be long or short. 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 It could be short or long. Sword light streaked across the sky. Its speed was astonishing as it arrived at the Heavenly Drum Mountain. This was because someone had seen Heavenly Venerable Shunguang there before. Heavenly Venerable Shunguang was a strong practitioner who liked to teach others. He liked to give pointers to others. It was because of this that people knew about him. If possible, Chunzong actually intended to find another ordinary Heavenly Venerable to kill. That would be easier. However, the information he got was that it was Heavenly Venerable Shunguang. Of course, there were other Heavenly Venerables as well. For example, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor of the Divine Radiance Dynasty was in the Imperial family. He had a clear goal. Unfortunately, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor's bloodline was at the supreme level. His ability was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. He had a Heavenly Divine Implement and was extremely powerful. Even Qinzong was not confident that he could defeat him. Moreover, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor was not the only Heavenly Venerable in the Divine Imperial Palace. The sword light arrived. Qinzong landed on the Heavenly Drum Mountain. The mixed Yuan heart force immediately spread out. It swept across and locked onto one of them. It was an extremely powerful aura. It was a sacred and boundless aura. It was a bright and vast aura. It was very powerful. It was much more powerful than Heavenly Venerable Changhe. Heavenly Venerable Shunguang. Who is it? Heavenly Venerable Shunguang was in the sky. At the top of the Heavenly Drum Mountain, if someone came, he would give them pointers. This was where his pleasure lay. I am Swordmaster Tianguang. I have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Today I will test my swordsmanship. Who can compete with me? Qinzong said. His voice carried an astonishing sharpness. It resounded through the heavens and the earth. An astonishing sword will soar into the sky. The sword will traverse the heavens and the earth, suppressing the Heavenly Drum Mountain. It was as if it had turned into an invisible giant sword. It directly pressed towards Heavenly Venerable Shunguang. This was an identity that Qinzong had casually made up for himself. He was a sword maniac who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. He wanted to test his swordsmanship. In this way, even if he killed Heavenly Venerable Shunguang, it would at most cause a stir. It would not arouse any suspicion. Friend, I don't want to fight, Heavenly Venerable Shunguang responded. Cut the crap. Qinzong's tone was extremely overbearing. The powerful sword will swept across the sky. The astonishing sword will directly locked onto Heavenly Venerable Shunguang and pressed towards him. In the next moment, Qinzong took a step forward. He became one with his sword and transformed into a beam of sword light. The Heavenly Will sword was also unsheathed in an instant. Kill. The purpose of this trip was to kill Heavenly Venerable Shunguang. The so-called test of his swordsmanship was just a reason, an excuse. How could he stop just because Heavenly Venerable Shunguang said he did not want to fight? If Heavenly Venerable Shunguang did not attack, Qinzong would not hold back at all. Friend, don't go too far. Heavenly Venerable Shunguang's face darkened. His tone was sullen. At the same time, he transformed into a beam of flowing light and instantly avoided Qinzong's sword. Heavenly Venerable Shunguang was a top-level Heavenly Venerable. His strength was tyrannical. What was even more amazing was his speed. Qinzong's sword came again. He kept attacking Heavenly Venerable Shunguang, who was dodging. Finally, he was enraged. Friend, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Heavenly Venerable Shunguang's tone was low. There was a deep anger and murderous intent. He was a Heavenly Venerable level elite. He was also a top-level Heavenly Venerable. He was one of the few elites in the entire Divine Brilliance dynasty. Although he liked to teach others and had a relatively gentle temperament, it did not mean that he did not have a temper. Anyone would be angry if they were forced to do so, let alone a heavenly venerable level elite. Either you defeat me, or I defeat you, Chunzong responded coldly. He held his sword and attacked again. As you wish, heavenly venerable Shan Guang said in a low voice. His body shone brightly. In an instant, it exploded and turned into beams of flowing light. However, they were as sharp as swords. One after another, they drew stunning arcs. They were like swords piercing through the air. They attacked Chunzong. They were fast, fierce, and powerful. They were even more terrifying than Mu Qingyang's attack. In just an instant, dozens of flowing lights pierced through the air like long spears and attacked Chunzong. They destroyed Chunzong's sword light. They wanted to kill Chunzong directly. Armed. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately armed himself with the ancient god sword armor. With the more powerful ancient god sword armor on his body, Chunzong's strength reached the level of a top-level heavenly venerable. However, Chunzong did not directly explode with all his strength. Instead, he held back and limited it to the level of a top-level heavenly venerable. He did not want to scare heavenly venerable Shan Guang away. Otherwise, when facing a top-level heavenly venerable, as long as heavenly venerable Shan Guang was not crazy, he would not fight to the death. He would definitely escape. If a top-level heavenly venerable elite who was good at speed was determined to escape, even if the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor attacked, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would be able to kill him. Chunzong intended to fight heavenly venerable Shan Guang with the strength of a top-level heavenly venerable. At the critical moment, he would explode with all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. This would determine life and death. Even if his opponent realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, he would lose the best opportunity. Chapter 33:16. On the heavenly drum mountain, the light was shining brightly. It was like thousands of rays of light, which surprised many cultivators on the mountain. What happened? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Idiot! How could there be a treasure on the heavenly drum mountain? It seems like Lord Xinguang is fighting with someone. Only a heavenly venerable can fight with Lord Xinguang. Which heavenly venerable is it? After all, heavenly venerables were the strongest cultivators who stood at the top. Each of them was extremely powerful. Compared to cultivators of other levels, they were few in number. If there was no big conflict between heavenly venerables, they would not fight. Even if they did, they would not fight in front of others. They would find a secret place and would not fight to the death. After all, life and death between heavenly venerables was not so easy. If an ultimate heavenly venerable wanted to kill a top heavenly venerable, the success rate would not be very high unless they were well prepared. Of course, if an ultimate heavenly venerable wanted to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable, it was possible. There had not been a battle between heavenly venerables in the Divine Brilliance dynasty for many years. There had not even been a death of a heavenly venerable. As for heavenly venerable Chang He's death, it was only because he had been cultivating in seclusion for many years. He was also suddenly attacked by Chunzong. He was killed in a few moves. The commotion was very subtle. Therefore, no one knew about it yet. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and alarm the entire dynasty. Now, there was a heavenly venerable fighting. How shocking was that? It could be determined that one of the combatants was Lord Xinguang. He was a famous top Empyrean within the entire dynasty. He had always been known for his gentle temperament and his love for teaching others. Many people had received guidance from Lord Xinguang. Unfortunately, he never accepted disciples. Many people wanted to worship him as a teacher after receiving his guidance, but they were all rejected. So who was the other person? Which heavenly venerable was it? Immediately, someone came closer and heard Chunzong's words. Therefore, they spread the news. Swordmaster Tianguang? Who was that? Which heavenly venerable was it? After cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years, He had achieved great success in his sword Dao, so he came out to test his sword Dao. His reason was very normal and did not arouse the slightest suspicion. Shenzong maintained the strength of a top Empyrean and fought with Empyrean Xinguang endlessly. He displayed the one-mind divine sword technique. His supremacy filled the air and constantly attacked Empyrean Xinguang. Unfortunately, Shenzong was hiding his strength. In addition to the tyrannical strength of Empyrean Xinguang, his divine will was also very tyrannical. Therefore, the divine will of one mind, divine sword technique, was unable to threaten Empyrean Xinguang. Even so, the tyrannical power of Shenzong's swordsmanship was enough to threaten Empyrean Xinguang. Empyrean Xinguang had no choice but to erupt with all his strength. Holy light explosion. As he struck out with his palm, a vast amount of divine light condensed. The divine light was boundless, and it carried with it an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it was about to shatter the vacuum and directly smash Shenzong into pieces. Anger. Empyrean Xinguang was obviously enraged. He was extremely furious, and he attacked with all his might without mercy. Shenzong's expression did not change. The sword light slashed across the sky. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through everything. It seemed that there was nothing between heaven and earth that could resist it. Divine sky. The ancient god sword armor that had swallowed a heavenly soul could not be upgraded from the general level to the king level. However, its power had indeed increased significantly. It made Shenzong's strength even more tyrannical. Even if he deliberately hid his strength, the power of Shenzong's sword was very amazing. Empyrean Xinguang attacked. Rays of divine light with terrible power broke through the air and attacked Shenzong. The void was pierced and shattered. Each ray of divine light seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Shenzong waved his sword and shattered the rays of divine light. He continued to approach Empyrean Xinguang. It was close combat. Comparatively speaking, Empyrean Xinguang was not good at close combat. However, Shenzong was very good at it. As soon as he got close, Empyrean Xinguang immediately found that he was suppressed. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. He immediately burst out with his full speed. With his super speed, he opened up the distance and once again shot out rays of divine light. Speed. The extreme speed was displayed by Empyrean Xinguang. His figure completely disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only a stream of light that flashed endlessly. It was difficult to capture. If Shenzong did not equip the ancient god sword armor, his strength would be at the level of an ordinary Empyrean. It was impossible to avoid or even capture such speed. Fortunately, the ancient god sword armor had significantly improved Shenzong's strength. Even if he deliberately hid his strength, a foundation was a foundation, and strength was strength. It still existed. No matter how fast Empyrean Xinguang erupted, he could not really hurt Shenzong. On the contrary, Shenzong's sword was constantly resisting Shenzong. He could not break through Shenzong's defense. Shenzong's divine will was very tyrannical. The impact of the divine will contained in Empyrean Xinguang's divine light could not shake Shenzong. It was known that Shenzong had never stopped practicing the Ghost Fire Jade Tempering Mantra. Even if the effect became more subtle, he was still gradually improving. He had already surpassed the past and reached a higher level. Fierce battle. Shenzong hid his strength. The battle with Empyrean Xinguang was extremely fierce. The aftermath of the extremely tyrannical attacks fell on the Heavenly Drum Mountain. Suddenly, the Heavenly Drum Mountain began to crumble. Pieces of stone sputtered, carrying with them an amazing force that shattered the vacuum. If this continued, the Heavenly Drum Mountain would most likely be destroyed. Fortunately, although Empyrean Xinguang was angry, he still maintained a certain level of rationality. He knew that the Heavenly Drum Mountain was a place of opportunity. He could not bear to destroy it. Therefore, he rushed towards the sky. Shenzong transformed into a sword light and quickly chased after him. Above the sky, endless strong light continued to shine. The divine light was vast and boundless, shattering the sea of clouds. Countless cracks spread across the sky. As they crisscrossed, each of them was filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. As the battle continued, his strength continued to be consumed. Emperor Xingguang's anger gradually dissipated. That murderous intent also faded because more than half of his strength had been consumed. His opponent's strength was tyrannical and his swordsmanship was superb. It was difficult for him to defeat his opponent. It was simply impossible. Since he could not do it, there was no benefit in continuing to fight. Did he want to fight to the death? Friend, it's over. Emperor Xingguang immediately opened up the distance and said. He immediately flew away. He did not want to fight anymore. However, how could Qinzong let him do as he wished? Otherwise, he would have failed this time. Don't even think about leaving. Qinzong roared. You and I have not determined the winner yet. Friend, I have lost this battle. Emperor Xingguang replied immediately. Xingguang Tianzuan responded immediately. He did not feel aggrieved. After all, his opponent's strength was indeed very strong. In this battle, he had not gained any advantage. On the contrary, once his opponent got close to him, he would be at a disadvantage. It was not impossible for him to admit defeat. If you want to leave, it is not impossible. You just have to take one move of my secret sword. Qinzong immediately said. His tone was cold. Otherwise, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will not give up. What a headache. Emperor Xingguang had a big headache. How could there be such a person? It was really annoying. Of course, such people did exist. They were the kind of people who were war demons and war maniacs. If such people did not die, their future strength would be very terrifying. In all fairness, Emperor Xingguang felt that he admired such people very much. However, he did not like them very much, especially when he was facing them directly. Okay, I will take one move of your secret sword. Emperor Xingguang could only respond in this way. Otherwise, his opponent's speed was very fast. If he wanted to pursue, it would be very difficult to escape. This secret sword is the result of my closed-door training for 1,000 years. It is very powerful, but I have never really used it. So, I cannot guarantee that you can take it. Qinzong seemed to be very kind and reminded him. Come at me. Emperor Xingguang responded. His whole body was surrounded by strands of divine light, layer by layer. If he wanted to completely get rid of Qinzong, it was not impossible. He only needed to use one secret technique. It was just that he did not want to use that secret technique unless it was a last resort because it would cost him a lot. His opponent's strength was indeed very strong, but Emperor Xingguang was still very confident in his own strength. If he used all of his strength to resist one move of his opponent's secret sword, he could do it. At most, he would be injured. For Emperor level, there was no such thing as a fatal injury. As long as his cultivation was not exhausted, he could quickly recover from any injury. So, why not take one move of his opponent's secret sword head-on? Emperor Xingguang was in high spirits, but he was not overconfident. He released all of his strength and displayed a secret technique. It was a defensive secret technique. It was a pure defensive secret technique, but it had an amazing defensive power. Even if his opponent's strength was higher than his, it was impossible to break through the defense of this secret technique and cause him obvious injuries. It was stable. Seeing his opponent like this, Qinzong's expression did not change. His eyes flashed with cold light, and his body was filled with an aura. That aura was a bit obscure, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding wind immediately stopped. A secret sword. Qinzong was indeed going to display a secret sword. It was indeed a secret sword that he had recently comprehended. Qinzong was not lying about this. The secret sword that he was about to display was the one that Qinzong had finally comprehended when he was in closed-door training in an ancient god dynasty's ancient god temple. This secret sword was a secret sword that he had comprehended from the blood sword secret technique. It could be said that this secret sword was equivalent to the essence of the blood sword secret technique. The blood sword secret technique had 4 secret swords: demonic light, bloody slaughter, and heavy sword kill. The 4th secret sword blood sword Azura, was the fusion of the essence of the first three secret swords. The new secret sword that Chunzong was about to display was the fusion of the essence of the four secret swords of the blood sword secret technique. It was stronger than blood sword Azura. In the end, Chunzong's current strength had completely surpassed the blood sword demon emperor's. His foundation and accumulation in the way of the sword was not something that the blood sword demon emperor could compare with. His high realm and strong foundation allowed Chunzong to create more powerful secret swords from his original foundation. A red glow immediately gathered in the depths of Chunzong's jet-black pupils, after which it blossomed like a blood flower. An obscure murderous intent immediately spread out from Chunzong's body. It was faint at the beginning, but it rapidly grew stronger. Stop! The surrounding wind completely stopped. Solidify! Even the void was frozen by this extremely terrifying and obscure sword intent. The white clouds seemed to have turned into a picture scroll. Chapter 33:17. Thousands of meters above the heavenly drum mountain, rays of divine light were constantly circling and stacking, becoming more and more vigorous and condensed. Looking from afar, it was like a divine sun in the sky, emitting endless rays of light. It was so dazzling, so eye-catching, and so tyrannical and boundless, like a tsunami, roaring and repelling the void, surging out like an avalanche. Chunzong stared at Xingguang Skylord, and the blood-red color in his eyes became more and more obvious. His whole body suddenly trembled, and the obscure and cold aura also paused for a moment, then exploded. The sky wind was vast, whistling endlessly, as if to blow everything away. A shadow appeared on Chunzong's body, a shadow that emitted a strong divine light, but the inside of the shadow was blood-red. However, with the camouflage of the light essence, the blood red did not look the slightest bit strange. Instead, it gave off a feeling of righteousness. That shadow seemed to have come from the abyss, from the hell of death. As soon as it appeared, the original stagnant feeling was strengthened to the extreme. Blood Shura. This secret sword was only one word different from the name of the strongest move of the blood sword secret art, or rather, it was only one word less. However, there was a clear difference in power, because this secret sword was truly Chunzong's secret sword. Chunzong had spent many years continuously comprehending it, and finally created it according to his own swordsmanship and swordsmanship. With this sword, there is no need to use the blood sword secret art. Stagnation. Pause. Within thousands of meters, it was as if it had turned into a picture scroll, isolated from thousands of meters away. Kill. The blood-red shadow on his body synchronized with Chunzong's and swung out a sword. It seemed to be a simple sword, but it seemed to have completely displayed Chunzong's power. Two sword lights overlapped, instantly piercing through the air towards Emperor Xingguang. The supreme slaughter intent contained within was tyrannical to the extreme. Chunzong unreservedly displayed this attack. It was a strike from an ultimate Empyrean. Exalted Xingguang was struck by the killing intent. His divine will was immediately shaken, as if it was about to be split apart. He saw a long river of blood rushing towards him. The blood-red waves rolled endlessly. It was as if there were countless pale arms reaching out from the river, carrying with them the will of death. He also saw a mountain of bones piled up between the heavens and the earth. It was majestic and endless. A white bone emperor sat atop the mountain of bones. His eyes burned with the pale flames of death, harvesting the life of all living things. Horrifying. In the depths of Xingguang Empyrean's heart, there was a sudden surge of unspeakable horror. He felt that he had been cheated. The power of that secret sword was beyond his imagination. It wasn't something a peak Empyrean could use. It was at the level of an ultimate Empyrean. The difference of one level was at least double. They couldn't block it. Emperor Xingguang was well aware of his own abilities. He simply could not block the attack of an ultimate Empyrean, and it was also a very tyrannical attack. Run. Without hesitation, Empyrean Xinguang wanted to withdraw and escape. Even if he had to pay a certain price, he would not hesitate. This was because he was keenly aware that the purpose of the other party seemed to be to kill him. There was no enmity or hatred. Why would the other party want to kill him? There was no time to think. It was better to escape first. However, it was too late. When he agreed to accept Chun Zong's secret sword, it was already too late. He had already fallen into the control of Chun Zong. Unless Empyrean Xinguang was also an ultimate Empyrean, he could not avoid this sword. The blood-red sword light arrived in an instant. The void was cut open, and a huge and long hole appeared. It rushed towards the horrified Xinguang Tianzuan. Suddenly, the layers of divine light defense were cut open, and the layers were cut apart. When the layers of divine light defense were broken, the power of the sword was almost exhausted. Empyrean Xinguang was, after all, a peak Empyrean master. He tried his best to erupt, but he could barely block this sword. However, the real power of Blood Shura's secret sword was not the sword light. It was just a prelude. Its real power was to seal the void. With the blood-red shadow, the void of thousands of meters would be sealed. It was as if it was solidified. The wind stopped, and the clouds stopped. It constantly emitted a tyrannical killing intent to attack the target, shake the target's divine will, and intimidate the target. Under the power of Blood Shura, even opponents at the same level as Chun Zong would be affected, not to mention those who were not as strong as Chun Zong. Empyrean Xinguang was now obviously affected. Secret of concealing Yuan in the void. In an instant, a fist-sized dark vortex suddenly appeared behind Chun Zong. It spun endlessly, swallowing and spitting out tyrannical power into Chun Zong's body. Immediately, Chun Zong's mixed Yuan heart force, which was almost exhausted, was quickly restored. With the replenishment, Chun Zong's cultivation recovered and immediately erupted 10 times. Shun Xiao, a sword that took away all the light in the world and fell into darkness. Everyone only felt that the originally dazzling and bright sky seemed to have suddenly fallen into darkness. Even the divine light emitted by Empyrean Xinguang was swallowed up. In an instant, an extremely bright brilliance suddenly lit up, making everyone unconsciously close their eyes. They could not stare at it. Otherwise, they would feel as if their eyes were being cut apart. It was extremely painful. Shun Xiao's sword that erupted 10 times the power was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, the blood of Empyrean Xinguang was cut in half. The terrible sword aura was raging endlessly. Tai Hao, the incomparably strong light rose. It was like an ancient sun that burned incessantly, incinerating everything. It directly bombarded the body of Empyrean Xinguang. Empyrean Xinguang had originally been in a fierce battle. Nearly half of his cultivation strength had been consumed. Then, he withstood Chun Zong's Blood Shura, which consumed a lot of his cultivation strength. Then, he was cut in half by Shun Xiao's sword. His cultivation strength was almost depleted. The final Tai Hao sword directly determined the outcome of the battle, life and death. Death. From the beginning, Empyrean Xinguang had fallen into Chun Zong's rhythm. He was controlled by Chun Zong invisibly. After killing Empyrean Xinguang, Chun Zong immediately took out his opponent's Heaven Soul. After destroying his corpse, he displayed the secret sword of limitless formless kill and broke out with extreme speed to escape. Everyone only felt darkness descending. The light flashed. First, it was a ray, then a ball. Then, when the darkness dissipated, calm was restored. There was no one in the sky. Where is he? Where is Empyrean Xinguang? And the strong man who called himself Empyrean Swordmaster? They could not find him. The others at most had the strength of a heavenly king realm. The gap between them and the Empyrean realm was obvious. How could they discover the whereabouts of Chun Zong? They had already disappeared. As for the result of this battle, no one knew at present. It was better this way. Chun Zong escaped far away and found a remote valley to land. His aura was instantly restrained. Heaven's Soul, A heaven soul appeared in Chunzong's hand. The aura it exuded was stronger than that of Emperor Chong, his heaven soul. It was at least twice as strong. This was the heaven soul of Emperor Shengwang. It was the heaven soul of a top Emperor. On the other hand, Emperor Chong, he was only an ordinary Emperor. The difference in strength was obvious. The power contained in the heaven soul was also obvious. Looking at this heaven soul and feeling the strong aura fluctuations contained in it, Chunzong was very excited. It should be able to upgrade the ancient God Sword armor to King Realm, Chunzong said to himself. Refine. He immediately used the ancient God armor refining technique and started to refine this stronger cauldron soul. The pure power within the cauldron soul was immediately sucked out and swallowed by the ancient God Sword armor. The ancient God Sword armor gradually shone brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into a dark golden sun that shone in all directions. Aura. The tyrannical aura continued to rise. It became more and more shocking. Chunzong's body floated in midair. The aura he exuded rushed in all directions. It was overbearing, ancient, and heavy. It caused the surrounding void to distort and collapse. It affected the kernel. The call seemed to be constantly gnawed and swallowed by invisible sawteeth. It kept disappearing. Depression. The call completely disappeared. It formed a depression that was hundreds of meters wide. Gradually, as time passed, the power of the top Emperor Heaven Soul was completely swallowed up by the ancient God Sword armor. The power of the ancient God Sword armor was raised to the limit of the general realm. However, it still did not break through. It's not that I don't have enough power. It's that I need to control this power. Only then can I truly upgrade to the King Realm. Chunzong suddenly realized something. This power was extremely tyrannical. It increased from 6 times to 9 times. There was a faint feeling that it was out of his control. Once it was out of control, it would go out of control. Once it went out of control, it would definitely explode. When that happened, it would cause great damage to him. He absolutely could not lose control. Chunzong immediately exerted the wholehearted chaotic prime realm to the limit. He did not dare to hold back at all. He went all out. Control. He constantly controlled this tyrannical power. The boundless dark golden light, which was like an ancient blazing sun, began to shrink and converge little by little. This was a sign that Chunzong was slowly gaining control of it. Fortunately, although the entire process continued, it did not cause any disturbances. Gradually, Chunzong gained complete control of it. The dark golden light was completely withdrawn, revealing the ancient God Sword armor, which had also undergone a drastic change. Black. The main color of the ancient God Sword armor had become black. It was so black that it looked very simple, ancient, and profound. Above the black, there were dark golden lines. The mysterious dark golden lines crisscrossed and seemed to outline the outline of an ancient god. It was extremely mysterious. If a soldier-level ancient god armor was a piece of rough iron, then a general-level ancient god armor was a piece of fine iron, and a king-level ancient god armor was a piece of refined steel that had been polished. Anyone who saw this king-level ancient god armor would immediately know that it was extraordinary. A treasure. No matter how one looked at it, it was a treasure. Although it was very conspicuous and eye-catching, the power it possessed was extremely astonishing. This power was also very restrained, making it difficult for people to sense it clearly. Only Chunzong knew this power best. If one were to calculate it in terms of multiples, the king-level ancient god armor could increase one's strength, speed, and defense tenfold. It could also form an extremely tyrannical layer of divine protection. Powerful. Equipped with the king-level ancient god sword armor, Chunzong felt that his strength had more than doubled. It had reached an astonishing height, an extremely tyrannical height. He felt as if he could pluck stars from the sky and capture dragons from the sea. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop him. Chapter 33:18. King Level. Chunzong had finally upgraded the ancient godsword armor to king level. Its power had increased tremendously, making it extremely powerful. 10 times the power, 10 times the speed, 10 times the defense, and 10 times the defense. The stronger Chunzong's divine intent was, the stronger the defense was. This meant that if one wanted to use divine intent to attack Chunzong's divine intent, the strength of the divine intent had to be at least much stronger than Chunzong's. It could be said that with the king-level ancient godsword armor, Chunzong's strength had more than doubled. He had become even more powerful. Of course, he was still in the limit transcendent saint realm. However, he had only just entered the limit transcendent saint realm. Now, he was at the top of the limit transcendent saint realm. Power. Tyrannical power surged endlessly. The ancient godsword armor was closely connected to his bloodline. Not long after, Chunzong put away the ancient godsword armor and turned it into a layer of black gold fluid that covered his bones. Even after putting away the ancient godsword armor, Chunzong's body still exuded a powerful aura. Double. When the ancient godsword armor was upgraded from general level to king level, it was also because the ancient godsword armor was closely connected to Chunzong's bloodline. Chunzong's cosmic immortal body had also been strengthened. The double increase made Chunzong's cosmic immortal body even more powerful. When he clenched his fist, there was a loud bang immediately. It was as if he could crush a mountain and punch through the sky. Very powerful. Although he was not a physique cultivator, the cosmic immortal body was already very powerful. After repeated refinements, it became even more powerful. Now, it had reached a very shocking level. With the cosmic immortal body alone, I should be able to fight against the top Devil King. Chunzong could not help but think to himself with a smile on his face. He could fight against the top Devil King just by relying on his physique without using his cultivation. How amazing was that? The indestructible body of the universe had more than doubled, and the mixed origin heart force had also improved. Its purity had increased by 30%. Which meant that the power of the mixed origin heart force had become even more tyrannical. In essence, it had further enhanced Chunzong's strength. Now, without the ancient divine sword armor, experts like Heavenly Master Long River were no longer a match for Chunzong. Of course, it was still impossible to kill experts like Heavenly Master Long River without the ancient divine sword armor. They could only suppress them. Since the ancient godsword armor has been upgraded to the king level, then the next step is to obtain another heavenly soul, Chunzong said to himself. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to give another heavenly soul to Demigod D. Geo to complete his deal with him. Of course, if conditions permitted, Chunzong would not mind obtaining more heavenly souls. Other than the heavenly souls, he also wanted to obtain the heavenly bloodline. An ordinary heavenly bloodline had to be handed over to the Sky Heart Holy Court. That was the rule. Other bloodlines could be sold for divine origin. The value of divine origin was amazing, and he could use it to buy resources that were useful to him. Where is the third heavenly master? Chunzong said to himself. His body flashed, and he immediately turned into a fine sword light. In an instant, he pierced through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Master Long River had died, but because he had died in the Water Mansion, no one knew about it. Whether Heavenly Master Xinguang had died or not was still unknown. In a short time, the news had not spread. Chunzong inquired about the other heavenly masters while looking for heavenly bloodlines. Heavenly bloodlines were the same as demon bloodlines. They were divided into ordinary, elite, top, and supreme. The higher the level of the bloodline, the rarer it was and the harder it was to obtain. Chunzong also did not have any ideas about supreme bloodlines. That was very difficult to obtain. It would be good enough if he could obtain a top bloodline. He casually suppressed a top heavenly king realm cultivator and then used the bloodline extraction technique to extract a heavenly bloodline from the top heavenly king realm cultivator's body. This was an elite level bloodline that was worth 30 divine origin. Chunzong quickly put it away. Chunzong didn't deliberately hunt because he had a feeling a feeling that seemed to come from the underworld that he couldn't go on a killing spree. Otherwise, it would bring about a terrible disaster. Whether there were any heavenly god realm cultivators in the Divine Radiance dynasty was still unknown. Even if they had not appeared before, it did not mean that they did not exist. The heavenly god realm was equivalent to the demigod realm. Its power was shocking and unpredictable. Splendid palaces were located on the ground. They stretched in all directions and were arranged in picturesque disorder. The position of each palace seemed messy, but they were actually very particular. They formed a mysterious pattern. The pattern seemed to be solidified on the ground, but it also seemed to be connected to the sky. As the auras intertwined, it was like a dragon hiding in the abyss. This was where the imperial family of the Divine Radiance dynasty was located. The palaces were incomparably splendid. Together, they formed a great array that connected the heavens, and the earth enveloped and protected all the palaces. They depended on each other for survival. Under normal circumstances, such a great array would be in a half-activated state. Its energy consumption would be very low, but its defensive ability was not weak at all. It was enough to block the attacks of ordinary heavenly venerables without breaking. If it was fully activated, it could even trap and kill ordinary heavenly venerables and resist the attacks of top heavenly venerables. Even if an ultimate heavenly venerate wanted to break through it, it would not be that easy. It would take some time. Such a great array was really shocking. Only the imperial family, which was so powerful and had such a deep foundation, could possess it. Although the second-rank force was also very strong, its great array was at most at the level of ordinary heavenly venerables. It could not reach the level of top heavenly venerables. At this moment, it was night. The stars were dotted with stars. A few of them were especially bright. Their light shone in all directions, giving people the feeling of scorching sun. A person was standing on a 1,000-meter-tall platform in the imperial family. He looked up at the sky and stared at the stars. This 1,000-meter-tall platform was called the stargazing platform. It was used to observe the stars and know the rise, fall, and changes of the stars. The person standing on the stargazing platform was an old man. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His eyes seemed turbid, but they were actually very bright, clear, and penetrating. The old man was surrounded by mysterious fluctuations. His aura was obscure and deep, but it was also as high as the starry sky. If Chenzong saw it, he would be surprised. This old man was a top heavenly venerate expert, a top heavenly venerate with an extraordinary bloodline. The old man observed the night sky and suddenly realized that 2 stars were missing. The 2 stars were very bright. He was startled and quickly pinched his fingers to calculate. As soon as he calculated, he immediately felt an indescribable murderous intent attack him. The murderous intent was so strong, so sudden, and so frightening. Even with the strength of a top heavenly venerate, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. When he looked again, it seemed that the few shining stars in the night sky were gradually suffused with a layer of blood color, quietly spreading like a thin mist. Only this old man had such a sign. To be able to see it, this was the ability of his unique bloodline. Without hesitation, the old man immediately sent a message. Soon, a ray of light streaked across the night sky and descended on the stargazing platform, revealing a stalwart figure. This stalwart figure was wearing platinum armor and a long cape. The cape was red and covered with fragmented gold patterns. It fluttered in the night wind like a war flag. Great Emperor. The old man hurriedly bowed slightly to the newcomer. Elder, there's no need to be so polite, the stalwart figure immediately replied. Elder, if you have any discoveries, please specially send me a message. Great Emperor, I observed the night sky and found that a calamity is coming. The old man did not waste any time and went straight to the point. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. What calamity? The stalwart figure was the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. When he heard this, he immediately asked in a serious tone. This old man was at the level of an elder. He was the only one left, and his bloodline was unique. He could observe the stars and deduce the rise and fall of the dynasty, and so on. Since he observed the sky and said that a calamity was coming, then a calamity was really coming to the divine brilliance dynasty. This calamity is a killing calamity, the old man said in a serious tone. The old man's tone was extremely solemn as he said, I can see that this calamity is coming. Many experts will die in it. Great Emperor, if I'm not wrong, 2 heavenly venerables should have died in the killing calamity by now, the elder said with an extremely serious expression. This shocked the divine brilliance great emperor, and his expression changed drastically. 2 heavenly venerables. How many heavenly venerables were there in the divine brilliance dynasty? There were only a few dozen, and 2 of them had died in an instant. What a huge loss it was. Most importantly, this was only the beginning of this killing calamity. If this continued, it was very likely that even more heavenly venerables would die. This was absolutely not allowed. He was the ruler of the divine brilliance dynasty, the divine brilliance great emperor. The other heavenly venerables were all citizens and subjects of the divine brilliance dynasty. How could they die just like that? Elder Su, please deduce the exact source of the killing calamity, the divine brilliance great emperor said with a cold voice and a stern expression. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to start a killing calamity in his dynasty had to die. Yes, great emperor. After Elder Su responded, he immediately focused and activated his extraordinary and unique bloodline to the extreme. Bits of starlight emanated from his body and floated in the surroundings. It was as if the stars in the night sky were responding to each other from afar. Every bit of starlight flickered endlessly, emanating an incomparably mysterious aura fluctuation. The divine brilliance great emperor waited quietly at the side, waiting for Elder Su to deduce the result. His aura was restrained and steady, and an extremely tyrannical power surged continuously within his body. It was as if an ancient volcano was constantly accumulating power and was about to erupt. Who exactly was it? Who dared to start a killing calamity in the divine brilliance dynasty? Was it a powerful cultivator from outside the dynasty? However, no matter where this powerful cultivator came from, or if he was a powerful cultivator from the dynasty itself, starting a killing calamity was absolutely not allowed. Just as Elder Su was using all his power to deduce, another speck of starlight suddenly flickered. It flickered somewhat hurriedly, and traces of blood red permeated the air and gradually multiplied. It was as if the speck of starlight was about to be dyed scarlet. As it flickered, the light of that star also dimmed bit by bit. Chapter 33:19. Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame. This was Chunzong's third target, an ordinary heavenly venerable. Demigod Dijio required a demonic soul and a heavenly soul, but he did not require a demonic soul or a heavenly soul. In that case, an ordinary heavenly venerable was also acceptable. It would be easier for Chunzong to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable. Even if the other party was prepared, they would not be able to stop Chunzong. Moreover, Chunzong's actions were as secretive as possible. Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame was the patriarch of the Sacred Fire sect. It was because of Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame's existence that the Sacred Fire sect could continue to develop and grow. Now, it was one of the few powerful forces in the Divine Radiance Dynasty. There was an extremely ancient volcano in the territory of the Sacred Fire sect. This volcano was 9,000 meters tall and spanned hundreds of miles. It constantly spat out white flames. A long time ago, it was called the White Volcano. Later, it was occupied by Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame and was renamed the Sacred Volcano. The white flames of the Sacred Volcano were more terrifying than ordinary volcanic flames. Its temperature was more than 10 times higher. Once Heavenly Lord Realm experts got close, They would feel uncomfortable and would feel like they were being roasted dry. Heavenly generals could not get close, or they would be roasted dry in a short time. Only Heavenly King realm experts could withstand the shocking heat of the sacred volcano. The sacred volcano was also the place where Heavenly Venerable's sacred flame cultivated in seclusion. The sword light traversed the sky at an extremely fast speed. It flew without stopping in the direction of the sacred volcano. The figure in the sword light was Chunzong. His target was Heavenly Venerable's sacred flame, who was cultivating in seclusion in the sacred volcano. Chunzong had already found out that Heavenly Venerable's sacred flame was an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. His bloodline was closely related to fire. No matter what, the strength of an ordinary Heavenly Venerable was almost at the level of Heavenly Venerable Changhe. If he faced Chunzong, who was armed with the ancient divine sword armor, he would not be a match at all. It's a pity that the king-grade ancient divine sword armor's consumption of cultivation power has increased. Chunzong sighed as he flew. The general-grade ancient divine sword armor consumed twice as much cultivation as the soldier-grade ancient divine sword armor. However, the king-grade ancient divine sword armor consumed twice as much cultivation as the general-grade ancient divine sword armor. This meant that Chunzong's cultivation base could not sustain the king-grade ancient divine sword armor for much longer. Chunzong tried to make some speculations and found that if he went all out, he could only sustain the king-grade ancient divine sword armor for half a minute. And this was without using the mixed Yuan Heart Force. Fortunately, I obtained the Void Energy Concealment Secret from the Ancestral Land. Chunzong was even more delighted that he had obtained the Void Energy Concealment Secret. Without the Void Energy Concealment Secret, the king-grade ancient divine sword armor would be like a trump card to him. He could only use it at a critical moment. After all, half a minute was too short. If he used the mixed Yuan Heart Force, he could only use it for a quarter of an hour. However, the Void Energy Concealment Art could open up the Void Acupoints. One Void Acupoint could store all of one's cultivation, and 2 Void Acupoints were equivalent to 2 more cultivation. The more Void Acupoints there were, the more cultivation they could store. Therefore, the king-grade ancient divine sword armor could be used as a regular method. The sky was vast, and the sword light was flying. Chunzong finally saw a huge mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. White flames were constantly spewing out from the top of the mountain, turning into wisps of white sparks that sputtered and fell in all directions. These sparks contained an astonishingly high temperature. If a heavenly general came into contact with them, he would most likely be burned to death. He had finally arrived at the sacred volcano. Chunzong's expression was cold. His aura was completely restrained. The sword light also dimmed and became even more inconspicuous. There was a cluster of palaces 1,000 kilometers away from the sacred fire mountain. They were enveloped by a great formation, and strands of fire chi could be vaguely seen rising. It was like a huge, invisible furnace, protecting the cluster of palaces firmly against external enemies. This large formation was able to resist external attacks. At the same time, it was also able to continuously gather the blazing aura from all directions and gather it in the sacred fire gate, turning it into pure sacred fire aura for the disciples of the sacred fire gate to absorb. This allowed them to better cultivate and improve their cultivation base and strength. Although Chunzong did not specialize in formations, he had a certain foundation in formations. Coupled with his vast knowledge and sharp senses, he could more or less deduce the mysteries of the sacred fire gate's large formation. It was indeed a powerful force. It was also worthy of being the cultivation legacy of the heavenly human tribe. It was indeed unique and brilliant. However, Chunzong's target was not the sacred fire gate, but the sacred fire heavenly venerables. As for the sacred fire gate, if there was a brilliant bloodline, it was not impossible to refine some of it. After locking onto the sacred volcano in the distance, Chunzong rapidly approached. The mixed Yuan Heart Force was also constantly dispersed and spread out. After the battle with Heavenly Venerable Chong, Chunzong knew that although his mixed Yuan heart force was hidden, Heavenly Venerables could still sense it. Therefore, he tried his best to thin out the mixed Yuan heart force. In his perception, there was a restrained aura in the sacred volcano. That aura was very tyrannical. It was fine if it did not erupt. However, once it did, its power was vast and would definitely destroy mountains and shatter heaven and earth. No, it was not just one aura, but two. There are actually two Heavenly Venerables auras. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. One Heavenly Venerable and two Heavenly Venerables were two different concepts. It was not difficult to kill an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. However, if it was two ordinary Heavenly Venerables, the difficulty would be a little high. Chunzong's thoughts turned, but he did not plan to give up. It was not difficult to kill two ordinary Heavenly Venerables when he unleashed his full power. Moreover, he was originally only looking for the sacred fire Heavenly Venerables. He did not expect to have one more heavenly soul. After carefully sensing the power of the sacred volcano, Chunzong decided to barge in directly. Armed, in an instant, a dark golden fluid flowed out of his body and covered his entire body. It turned into a dark golden battle armor that completely covered his head and body. Only his eyes were exposed. However, even where his eyes were, there was a layer of invisible defense. As soon as the king-level ancient godsword armor was equipped, Chunzong immediately felt that the power flowing in his body was extremely tyrannical. It seemed that as long as it was released, it could shatter heaven and earth and shatter the vacuum. His speed was at its peak. He directly appeared on the sacred volcano and stared at the huge hole below that was constantly spewing out white flames. Charge! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately rushed into the sacred volcano. Even if the sacred fire, Heavenly Venerable's battle strength, was even more tyrannical in the sacred volcano, it could not make Chunzong retreat at all. Strength. This was confidence in his own strength. Who is it? A violent roar suddenly sounded, full of anger. The sacred fire, Heavenly Venerable, was not a good-tempered person. On the contrary, he was very fiery. In the face of an outsider, he immediately became angry, followed by a terrifying sharp cry. It was not a Heavenly Venerable, but an ordinary Heavenly Venerable phoenix. This phoenix was the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix that had lived at the bottom of the sacred volcano in its early years. After being subdued by the sacred fire Heavenly Venerable, it had been nurtured with all his heart. As they grew together, it had also reached the level of an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. The sacred fire Heavenly Venerable and the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix were both at the Heavenly Venerable level. This made the top battle strength of the Sacred Fire sect even more astonishing. At the foot of the sacred volcano, there was a huge white lava lake that covered hundreds of miles. Above it, a 100-meter-long platinum phoenix soared endlessly. Layers of white flames burned on its body. In an instant, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix let out an extremely high-pitched cry. It suddenly spread its wings and blasted a ball of platinum flames at Chunzong. The flames were extremely scorching and burned everything. It also contained a domineering power, as if it wanted to shatter everything without mercy. The sacred fire Heavenly Venerable also attacked at the same time. He slapped his palm across the sky. The sacred fire Great Palm contained an extremely tyrannical and blazing power and bombarded across the sky. In just one exchange, Chunzong suffered two terrifying attacks and was under great threat. If Chunzong was just an ordinary Heavenly Venerable, it would be difficult for him to bear. This was because in the environment of the sacred volcano, the sacred fire Heavenly Venerable's attack power would increase by 30%. The Skyfire Sacred Phoenix's strength would also increase by 30%. If they joined forces, they would be able to contend against the top-level Heavenly Venerable. Chunzong was not an ordinary Heavenly Venerable, nor was he a top-level Heavenly Venerable. He was an ultimate Heavenly Venerable, and a top-level one at that. His strength was so strong that it was difficult to find an opponent in the Divine Brilliance Empire. Facing the combined attack of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable, Chunzong's expression did not change. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword light that pierced through the sky. The Heavenly Will sword was also unsheathed in an instant. Slash! The sword light tore through the sky as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. It split the ball of platinum flames that the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix spat out. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. The power of the platinum flames was very strong and shocking. However, under the absolute difference in strength, all power was ignored and destroyed. Chunzong's plan was to end the battle as soon as possible. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible to prevent any unnecessary changes from occurring. Under Shun Zhao's sword, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix was immediately split apart. Its 100-meter-long body could not withstand the sharpness of the sword. After being split apart, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix immediately let out a roar. As its power surged, the severed part of its body closed up again. However, it had used up a lot of its power. Slash after slash at the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable. Immediately, a blood-red light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. The moment the blood-red light appeared, an obscure aura spread out. It enveloped the sacred fire mountain for hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed. The bubbling white lava lake also stopped in an instant, as if it had frozen. A blood-red shadow appeared on Chunzong's body. It exuded an unparalleled and terrifying killing aura. It was as if it had crossed over from the abyss of slaughter. Blood Shura. Once this secret art was used, both the Sacred Fire, Heavenly Venerable, and the Skyfire, Sacred Phoenix, immediately felt that they were suppressed by an extremely terrifying power. Their auras became obscure, and it became difficult for them to mobilize their power. The blood-red sword light tore through the sky, bringing with it the massacre supremacy as it charged towards the Sacred Fire, Heavenly Venerable. It split him apart without any resistance. Kill. Under the attack and suppression of the Blood Shura, the Sacred Fire, Heavenly Venerable, and the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix were no match for it. They did not even have the ability to fight back. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.